Hi everyone, welcome to my little shift of our Banterthon. I'll be with you the next 4 hours from 4 p.m. till, let me calculate, till 8 p.m. Today after that, Christoph Silecki is going to take over. And yeah, let's see what we can make happen. My main concern, my main goal for this little slot of mine is to not drop below 2700. And I know how it can feel to drop a lot since I've been playing a little bit of Lotto with my rating recently. It dropped to 2300 almost, although I didn't play myself but just lent my profile to someone else. Then came back to 2800 almost. But now I will have to deal with what my predecessors left me, which is a nice little 20... No, what is this? That's the wrong time control. I believe it was 27 something. So let's get going, and I'm willing to accept the first challenges. Let's start rather slow because I have to get into it first after a half day of normal office stuff in my bones already. Let's start with a solid 1632. My opponent's name is Mr. MH Roll. All right, can everybody see me, hear me? Is everything looking good? Then I'm willing to start my first game against Mr. MH Roll from Norway, the country of the reigning world chess champion Magnus Carlsen. And I have opened with 1e4, which I haven't played in serious tournament chess for probably some 6 or 7 years. Used to be my main weapon with white when I was a kid and also a youth player. But then after that, when I became older, I figured this is just too stressful. You have to remember so many lines and then people can out-prepare you still. Doesn't really make sense. So my opponent doesn't seem to be there. 27-18, yeah, I can work with that. So I'm gonna try someone else. Let's keep it somewhere around 2000. Let's take this guy, Nicolas Kung from Switzerland. Let's see if Nicolas is there. And yeah, as you guys have already figured out, I was able to change the avatar of the profile, which is now showing my beautiful picture instead of even one which is more beautiful, Niklas's. And the thing that you cannot see on this picture is that he's actually naked. You can only see his head, but he's actually naked. Well, at least apart from his shorts. I believe it was taken on a beach. And this guy has a serious six-pack. So not only can he be a role model for us in regard to ELO rating, but also in regard to body shape and physique. So let me change the subject really subtly and get back to chess. So what I've been playing here is a kind of sneaky line with a little bit of a tricky move order. I didn't castle but played queen c2 first, which enabled me to immediately recapture on c4 with the queen, and then after a6 play this move bishop to f4, after which b5 would lose a pawn due to queen takes c7, and bishop d6 isn't really what you want to have in this position. So this is a slight improvement, I would reckon. D takes c4 was not the critical move. c5 is the main move, after which it's not trivial to prove an advantage for white. But here, even though my opponent can make some ugly looking double pawns on the f-file, white's grip over the central squares is quite significant, and probably the position is just a little bit better. Okay, so let's put my rooks onto the half-open files. I don't actually mind him take on an f4 that much because I'm going to have a really solid pawn chain after I've played e3. Knight e5 is always in the air, and black still has to solve the problem whether he wants to how he wants to free himself with c5, because right now my pieces are just more actively placed for the center to be opened up. I believe my opponent wants to play queen a8, which he does now, and I don't really have a problem with that. Knight h4 is a typical maneuver. Yeah, I should probably play this and then recapture with the knight on g2 and take it from there. Next move might be e4. I do have some control over the light squares in the center already, so that is already good. Neither of us wants to take himself, exchange the bishop. Yeah, I believe bishop e7 is just a little bit too passive. But I need to prove stuff first. So, c5 is his plan, probably. Can't really stop it that easily. Maybe I should play bishop e3. Let me think. Yeah, let's play bishop e3 for a start. Can't see anything better yet. Would like to move my knight, but then the e4 pawn is hanging, which I just noticed. So yeah, something's not going according to plan. So b4 is a threat, and also c5 is in the air. Don't really see how to prevent that all. Okay, let's play a3, expecting c5. Then I'm just going to retreat my queen, and then he might get into trouble on this g1 a7 diagonal. He doesn't want to, and he plays queen b7. Okay, let me go f3. I don't want to go b4 yet, because that would concede this square on c4. Not sure what my opponent is trying to achieve here, shuffling his pieces around. Okay. So c5 is the central motive. Wait. c5 is the central motive. If I can prevent my opponent from playing c5, then I should be good. This knight is starting to annoy me. Should really speed up. So, okay, let's go knight e3, exchange those guys, play b4, and then stop him from going c5, then exert some pressure along the c-file. If I can make that happen, then I have a good position. Also, I just have to speed it up a bit. So, I might just win a pawn now, especially if I can support it with b2 to b4, then it will be a passed pawn, protected passed pawn, and things are looking up. Not exactly brilliant play, but my position at least is good now. Okay, I need to reroute my knight somewhere. Okay, let's put it to c3. If he goes e5, then of course the square on d5 is going to become vacant, and I'm going to immediately occupy it. Of course, now the fork on e7 was in the air, and now my coordination is really nice. Just need to make a few moves. Maybe queen b3 would have been alarming for him. What can I do? Okay, I'm gonna make it more complicated. Just try to intrude into his position. Okay, let's exchange those, Actually, I would have played b7 probably. Okay, now it's about time. Whoa. Let me just make a couple of moves here and then claim victory. Wow, gained 1 point. All right. All beginnings are difficult. So was this one. Not exactly very convincing, but at least I won, and that's what counts, right? Okay, let's keep on playing. Who wants to? I don't know if the guys before me did have some kind of a system to choose opponents. Let's up the ante just a little bit. 21-18. Noxix from Germany. What time control is it? 5 minutes. Okay, that's a little bit more relaxed. And yeah, I'm waiting for my opponent. There he is. All right, d4. Let's play my pet opening. Let's try to get the Benko in. Although my plan was to shuffle around a little bit with my openings against lower rated opponents, no offense, and to play my main weapons against strong competition. But since this is just the beginning of our 4-hour slot, I believe this is still fine. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm playing a really tricky line. It is called the Perunovic line. If you haven't done so yet, please check out a video series that we have by Mr. Pepe Cuenca. Actually, I should take first. Pepe Cuenca in Spanish about the Benko Perunovic line, which has become quite fashionable lately due to the fact that Black has been experiencing some serious problems in the 12a4 line, which also Magnus Carlsen has played. Rook b1. So I'm gonna have the chance to talk about this line in more detail in some other games, I hope, because I'm going to be employing the Benko a couple of times, at least that's my plan. And yeah, this is quite a tricky line. Boryushka is having a good time with this opening, I believe. He likes the Benko opening too. I don't like the fact that he's still not premium, although he's entitled to one free premium month as a former participant of the German Youth Championship, where Chess24 was so kind to award all the participants one free premium month. And I played against Boris at least 2 times, I believe. Once in the simulant, once in a Blitz tournament, and we had this Benko line on the board. And he blundered the piece twice in the very same way. So that was quite funny. Let me think about the position, what's going on here. So I tricked my opponent a little bit with the move order, then queen b6, knight b4. That was already somewhat unpleasant for white. Rook b1 is not the best move. And I managed to gain back this pawn on d5, which is really all that I could ever dream of. Now I'm a pawn up, and I have the usual advantages of a typical Benko position. Okay, I'm thinking about c4, but why hurry? He might get the knight to b4, so I'm going to activate the last piece in my army, get the rook to b8 on the half-open file. Typically, the rooks are very well placed here. What do I actually want? Yeah, maybe I should just simply exchange. He wants to go b4 at some point. I really don't like this prospect. I want to go knight c7. Yeah, but I don't like the fact that he can play b4 at any moment. Maybe I should have put the rook to c8. Let me just come up with some plan. Okay, can't come up with anything, so I'm just going to make a move. Want to reroute the knight to d4, maybe then to b3. Now b4 clearly is the best move, I believe. Could take on a3, but then he takes on c5. Bishop c3 I was not too worried about. I'm just going to play queen b3. This is quite annoying because now his... Well, thanks for that, Knock6. You should really cover your lady. This is my main recommendation also for the life. Women and queens are very powerful, so you should really take care of them. Yeah, I would have just taken on c2 and won some serious material. All right, let's continue. Who can we accept? Let's take... am I ready for an FM? Not yet. Let's take Bluesy and increase the playing strength of my opponent continuously until everybody starts beating me. So we have Bluesy from France. Oh, I can see my current score against Bluesy is quite pleasant. So I'm gonna try to make sure to continue this trend. Although I'm not sure which time control we used to play. Probably it was rather bullet. But Bluesy is not here. Probably he's also seen our score and now he's afraid. I'm gonna give him 5 seconds, take a sip from my Chess24 coffee mug, and then probably choose someone else. No one here. So Bluesy, I'm sorry. but I have to move on and accept someone else's challenge. So how about, oh, I'm gonna take a title holder, Kostakis 02. So did I play e4? Yeah, I played e4, but my opponent didn't show up. So I'm gonna try to play e4 again. e6. Yeah, now I'm already out of the book. Now I'm thinking, should I play Tarash, or let's mix it up a bit and play this strangely looking two knights tango against the French. No idea if this is really the name. It probably isn't, but it is something else and it is entertaining. So main move was knight f6. c5 is also possible, but here I think white has some hopes for a slight advantage. The thing is, bishop d7 doesn't work because of queen e2, and then I just collect this pawn on d5, since the queen is now defending the bishop on b5. He has to cover the mating, the check. It's not even a threat, it's just a check. And then I'm just going to serve myself on d5 and continue in the old fashion of pawn grabbing, championed at Chess24 by none other than Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, amongst others. So knight c7 is a threat, bishop d6 is definitely the way to go. Now I can think about playing d4 actually. Yeah, probably I should do that, because otherwise, should I? I'm not sure. Let's see how to convert this extra pawn. Even thinking about b3 and bishop b2. Actually, maybe that might be quite unpleasant for him. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. Playing d3 kind of restricts my bishop. Playing d4 gives him some targets to play for. I could just exchange those guys. Yeah, let's not make it more complicated than it should be. I'm a pawn up. I should be willing to exchange pieces, not so much pawns, but pieces. This is what it says in the textbook. Develop my bishop. Actually, I'm going to probably castle alongside. Oh, especially if I can create more weaknesses on the f file. Okay, that was not necessary, Mr. Kostakis02, but I won't complain. So yeah, I managed to, actually I didn't manage much, but my opponent helped me to weaken his kingside pawns. Don't want the knight to come to either b4 or d4, but I want my knight to regroup my knight to f4, which is possible via the route h4 and g2. And on f4 the knight is going to be really untouchable and controlling a lot of squares. So I'm not in a hurry here. I have the long-term positional advantage, so not in any hurry to convert my pawn anytime soon. Let's just keep improving our position for the next 5 or 10 moves or so, improving our pieces, and then everything else will come by itself. My pieces are not ideally placed here. The rooks are not doing too much. He does have the square on e5 for his knight. Bishop f5 is possible. Yeah, he does have some pressure against my pawns. Okay, let's come up with something sensible for a change. This knight e5 really annoys me. What can we do? Now I'm just gonna go bishop f3, knight e5, bishop e4, exchange another pair of minor pieces and be happy with that. Then I will consider the pawn move d2 to d4 at some point. Bishop g6, yeah, that does make some sense. Let's try to harass the guy. h4. Yeah, I don't feel like I played perfect chess here, being a pawn up, but I haven't ruined too much either. So I think this should still be winnable. So I wonder, how did Kostakis become a CM? Maybe he won the Greek championship or something, Greek youth championship. Maybe I'm just underestimating Kostakis due to his rather low Blitz elo, which is not a polite thing to do. But yeah, what else is there? Yeah, I was kind of hoping for that a bit, because the rook ending might be a little bit of a relief. I do have ideas with rook e8 and rook h8. Let's defend this guy. I'm not really doing a brilliant task here. So let's put this rook here, and then I want to activate my other rook via h1, h4, and f4. So the rook on e2 is taking over defensive tasks, as well as doing a decent job covering the e file. He's probably going to play rook e3, e5 now. I might consider rook e3 since he can never take the guy. I'm going to take with the f-pawn then and increase the pressure along the f-file. Otherwise, I'm going to go rook h4 and then slightly but surely increase the pressure on black's position. So h7 is also a weakness. Let me see if I can come up with a way to target it. Okay, let's first put the rook here. It's not so easy still to do something, because my pawn on d2 is latently weak. But maybe I can play rook f3, d3, and then free up the e5, the e rook to use it along the e file. Maybe go to h8. The beauty of this position is that I can try almost anything, and my opponent kind of has to wait for me doing stuff, and in combination with my advantage on the clock, this is really difficult to play for black. So I played rook f3 and d3. Now the rook on f3 is placed neatly. It defends the d3 pawn, also the f2 pawn, attacks the f5 pawn, and now the e2 rook has been freed to go crazy along the e file and do some harassing of its own. Yeah, I should have gone to e7, but I believe that still works fine. He can take on h5. I'm going to take on f7, aim at the f5 pawn, h7 pawn, a7 pawn. There's not really much that my opponent can do. Yeah, now I just finally captured the second pawn, and pawns are not unimportant in the rook end game that we have here. Okay, the rest should be really not too complicated. Just push my pawns, improve my position. Might actually think about playing rook e5, although it's not necessary to go into a pawn endgame. And now just again improve my pieces. g4, g5 is in the air at some point. It probably is going to be a zugzwang as well, because I always want to intrude with the king. And my opponent, did he resign? No, he lost on time. All right, Kostakis 0-2. Thank you for taking part, and let's choose the next one. Let's take this guy, this combobulated or something. This combo, yeah, that's it. This combobulated. All right, 24-13. This is going to be a rather serious test. And yeah, I'm going to build my house on the king side first, and then get active in the center, as I like to do sometimes. All right. This is all theory. Knight takes d4. Yeah, this one has become quite fashionable, and I have to admit I'm not too familiar with the theory here. I believe this continuation is one of the more testing ones. The idea is to play d6, bishop h3, and knight g4, and really annoy my kingside position. But Now it comes with a concession regarding black's pawn structure. If he plays d6, although I'm not sure if I take and rook d8, bishop f4, really have no clue about the intricacies of this line, but I'll try to come up with something. Also bishop h3 may be possible. Yeah, like that, I believe white should be better. I'm not too keen on taking the pawn on d6, but rather make some precautions against black's attacking plans. Maybe I should play just e4, exchange queens. If he so pleases, bishop g4, I have f3, and then after bishop h3 there's not so many threats left to my king. I should speed up a bit since time is probably going to be of the essence in this game. Okay, now the time has come to do some pawn grabbing. Don't see a reason not to. Yeah, my queen is slightly misplaced, but I don't see any concrete measures that he can do to make use of that. Okay, I'm going to exchange queens, especially so if it comes with activating my bishop via g5. I'm a pawn up, so I really need to consolidate, make sure that my opponent doesn't have too much counterplay, which admittedly he does with the two bishops looking onto my queen side and the knight threatening to jump to d4 or b4. Okay, let's exchange the queen first. And I might sacrifice a pawn on b3 just to get my development going. Now, after f6, I just retreat my bishop, and then his knight would be out of play. g4 would be threatening, so I'm just going to take this guy on. Oof, did I miss something? Knight takes f3. Ah, okay, I have rook takes f3, bishop d4 check, bishop e3. Still, that doesn't look too convincing, what I'm doing here. Bishop d4 obviously was looming, so I'm retreating my rook. Didn't see how to keep it active on a7. Didn't want to go bishop e3 due to... don't even know why exactly, but he could have taken on c3 maybe then. But rook a3 looks like a nice, decent stabilizing move. Now I'm just seeing this resource of playing bishop h3. He wants to jump to c4. That is a valid way to play the position. But if I go rook d1, you can take, I don't mind. The problem is, for black at least, that I defend my rook if he takes on f3 with the bishop. And otherwise he has some trouble defending this guy, since my bishop is also controlling the d8 square, and I believe I'm just winning a piece here. So yeah, he still takes on f3, but now I'm just a piece up and I won. Alright, thank you, Discombobulated. I remember this guy and his freaky username from some other show, and I actually even took the effort of looking up what this means, but I forgot. Don't know. But I shall find out. All right, let's go on and accept Mr. Zelik182, 25 something. So I'm increasing the ante here. Not an expert in these lines at all, but what can you do? I'm just going to make normal looking moves and then see what happens. Yeah, this is probably all theory that I don't really have any clue of. Looks sensible. Should I play with e4? No idea. I have honestly no idea about how to play this position. Is that a bad thing? Probably it is. Yeah, and I should worry about the time too. E5. Let's chop off this guy. Release some tension. I don't like tension, which is not a good thing if you're a chess player. I want to play e4, but then f4 doesn't really look too pleasant for me. Yeah, what am I doing here? I should speed up too. Okay, let's go e3, cover the d4 square in case he wants to go e4. I should really speed up. He wants to go f4, obviously, and just mate me, which is not nice, but I'm gonna have to deal with it. At least I can take and go rook d5, annoy his queen a bit. Might want to take on f6, go knight g5 in some lines, although bishop f5 is in the air, so maybe just activate my rook, put it somewhere sensible. Oh, knight b4. Just blundering everything left and right. The time has not come yet to play such strong opponents. Especially not with this short time control. So my opponent doesn't really like exchanges. He likes knights. Who can blame him? But knight b4 obviously is still in the position. So knight g5 is also in the position. I should really speed up. Okay, I'm gonna take this guy, play knight g5, queen h6 probably. Maybe should play queen e4, hint at some back rank problems of blacks. No idea what I should do here. Okay, I'm gonna take this guy. He's going to take and play rook af8, I guess. Don't really like my position. Not because it's so bad objectively, but because it's really awkward to play when you have to talk and you have to be quick. So what else can I come up with? He does have some problems with this king too, and my knight on g5 is really likable at this point. I might think about king g2, rook h1 maybe at some point. And if he forces me, I can go f4 after rook af8. Queen e8 obviously is not a real threat yet, because then he can take and play rook f8. But it's just nice to have some ghosts going on in my opponent's head. Queen g5. He wants to go h6, but then I have knight h7, right? So king g2 threatening rook h1. Oh, rook h6. Yeah. Okay, queen g4. I am just lucky to my opponent to blunder mate in 1. But rook h6 would have been not exactly pleasant. I'm acting really cool now because I have 50 seconds left and I did spot the mate in 1. So rook h6 instead would have left me in some straits. Yeah, queen h2, although it's not the end of the day, but it's really uncomfortable playing against stuff like this. Maybe then I can still go rook d7, queen h2 check, king f3, and threaten something against black's king as well. g7 is also kind of weak, but would not have been clear at all. Somehow, black's problem is also that the knight on c6 is not actually contributing to either the attack nor the defense. It looks nice, this whole construction, but it's slightly pointless. Sorry, Selic182, sorry for letting you wait all this time. I'm not trying to be arrogant, but I just wanted to understand this position a little bit better because I was so lost in it. All right, let's accept our next challenger, Olvidalo from Germany. Okay, let's play the French, my main weapon against 1e4. Queen e2. Who plays queen e2? Oof, how do I usually go here? Bishop e7. I want to go d5 and not have to take back with the queen. d4 is rather untypical, but I don't mind. The queen on e2 really makes a stupid impression now. Sorry to have insulted you, dear queen, but it should be on d1 and defend the d4 pawn and also not block the f1 bishop, although g3 and bishop g2 or bishop h3 even in some lines is possible. But I'm increasing the pressure against d4 immediately. White doesn't want to take on c5 really, although it's possible maybe. And I'm going to take back with the bishop and then some... what is this? Then some b4 g3 action is feasible, is what I wanted to say. Okay, let's exchange. Now, of course, devious idea of knight takes e5, winning a pawn. But my best guess is my opponent's not going to blunder it. And once I said it, of course, my opponent fell for it. Come on, don't fall for such cheapos. If you don't, then you have a great chance of beating me. Actually, yeah, no. Yeah, this is just a free pawn and all the other comforts of black's solid French structure position. So I'm really happy now. And that is a good point in time to be happy since my coffee just ended and I will need more energy later. All right, bishop e3, knight f6, develop my pieces. Do I want to take on d4? Do I want to play c4? Probably neither. I just want to develop and see what happens. Now, it is a bit of a... yeah, it is a bit of a nuisance for white to play this position because he doesn't have any active ideas now. He's a pawn down. He has 1 minute less on the clock. But he has to hang in there. And this is also sometimes quite a skill to be able to control oneself and not to go crazy, not to go on tilt. So knight b3 frees the e4 square for my knight. Yeah, not so much that white can do here. I'm going to go b5 maybe, just to expand a bit on the queen side. I just want to push my pawns and improve my piece position and be happy about it. Okay, knight d4. Thought knight a4 was really unpleasant because once this b2 pawn falls, then c3 becomes incredibly weak. And after f3, I can retreat my knight to d6 if I please, where it covers the b5 square. Let's just take it. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the most brilliant way to go, but I'm attacking his rook. He will have to retreat it. a7 is hanging, that is true, but so is c3. Should I go to c4 or a4? Or should I just play some a6 stuff? Actually, a6 doesn't look so stupid. Although knight a7 is kind of a turn-off. Knight a4, knight takes a7. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's go to a4. The c3 pawn shall be mine at some point. Okay, he takes, obviously. I don't have really great squares for my rook. So I'm just going to bite the bullet and take the pawn on c3 with the nice effect that rook takes e3 is now a major threat. So let's take stock. I'm a pawn up. Very solid pawn chain. The a2 pawn is rather a weakness than a strength. It doesn't get to go anywhere in the nearest future. So still quite confident about my chances here. Facepalm Chess is asking me if I have time to study chess or if it is just... or if chess 24 is sucking up all of my time. No, actually I'm studying chess right now, so that's the beauty of it. But I don't have too much time for chess these days. That is true. Just playing in the leagues, no time for tournaments really. And as some people have pointed out in the chat already, I'll be joining the squad of DJK Aufwärts Aachen in the next season to play in the Bundesliga. So really happy to go back to the strongest team competition in the world, the German Bundesliga. Have I blundered something? Why is he playing so quickly all of a sudden? Don't think so. Yeah, so I'll be playing in the Bundesliga next season again, which I'm actually really looking forward to already. And I believe I joined quite a nice team there. A couple of players that I already know and a couple of really exciting new colleagues there. For example, Julio Granda Zuniga, whom you cannot do anything but admire in his, I don't actually know how old he is. He's probably 55 or something. Don't let me lie. But he's a very, very strong player and almost on the verve, on the, do you say verve? No. On the brink of breaching 2700 at the age of some age, which is really impressive. So how about d4? Would my opponent like d4? Is he threatening something? Knight takes e6. Actually, I have a lot of time. So I'm gonna think of something really clever to play here. I like bishop d6. I don't see squares for his knight other than b5. I don't mind the knight going to b5. I can go d4, of course, with this fork idea on e2. But then... Wait, he doesn't have any proper squares for the bishop because f4 is also not available. He would have to go bishop c1, but that is really ugly. And then I could go bishop d6, and after knight b5. No, I'm still not winning the piece because my d6 bishop is also hanging. Can you actually follow my thoughts? Probably not. Okay, let's just go bishop d6 and not overcomplicate things. Okay, knight b5, I'm just going to have to take and then claim my 2-pawn advantage. See? So I could have stopped him from playing this move. But I'm going to pin him down even more. Winning by pinning. So now knight a4 is in the air, bishop c5 is in the air. He doesn't have rook c1 due to knight e2 check. I'm threatening to... What else am I threatening? Not threatening to take on b6 because then after rook takes bishop c7, rook c6 is kind of annoying. Bishop c5 I might play. I don't really see a defense for him. Or knight a4. Actually, maybe knight a4 is even more precise. Yeah, why not go knight a4? Oof, so many pieces tangled up in each other. But I really don't think this construction with this piece cluster on my queen side can hold for so much longer. Okay, you can do that. I can take on c5 or on b7. Let's do the safe thing. Claim the extra piece against Olvi Dalo. Make sure not to get back rank mated and be happy with the life. He resigns, and I like when people resign. Okay, who do we want to take? Who wants to play? Nobody. Nobody claiming that he has been waiting for hours and hours just to play. So I'm going to just accept some challenge. Yeah, Blinder is saying that Granda Zuniga is an Obstlandwirt, which I have also read, which would be a fruit farmer kind of thingy. So chess is not even his main profession, or at least it has not been all the time, which is even more inspiring and Impressive. So, OGSG, that sounds really gangster. 4-0 is my score, that sounds really good. Where is he from? He doesn't say. Or he or she. Do we have girls watching? Do we have girls challenging? When I was at the German Youth Championship, there were a lot of girls, but here on Chess24, they are rather rare and scarce. So I would appreciate any girl challenging. Butterfly. Sounds like a girl's name, but it is Mikhail Tal. Here, OGSG. Why do you shout me and then not make a move? Can't accept this behavior, so I have to abort it. Let's take someone else. Let's take this guy, Chessy99. Nice profile picture. Looks young and talented. Are you really 17? You look younger than 17. All right, E4. What can we play? Let's try something that Robin van Kampen recommends. Let's go for the Taimanov. Watched the series, loved it, wanted to play it all the time, never got around to it, was too scared. But clear recommendation of mine. Watch this series, it's really great and really inspiring. Robin van Kampen's Taimanov series I'm talking about. And it really makes you want to play this opening and play the Sicilian, which I was always a little bit reluctant to do. All right, so what is knight f3? Don't get this move. What does he want? Okay, I'm just going to develop my piece. Can't be that bad. e5, I'm going to answer with knight to g4. And I like my piece play here. Okay, bishop d3, that's fair. I should just go b5 and then bishop b7 and then take it from there. Knight g4 is still kind of in the air, especially if he castles short side. I might want to play knight g4 and then bishop d2, knight d4. He would have to play g3, after which he will have weakened his light squares a bit, but I'm not in a hurry to do so. It is an idea still. Yeah, also in this setup, h5 does make a lot of sense, but not yet probably. Knight e2, it is a little bit passive what my opponent is doing there, but at least after knight g4 he does have bishop f4. Could go d5, I guess. Yeah, why not? This looks like the textbook thing to do. My opponent retreats a piece from the center. I grab space in the center, start some piece play there. That doesn't look so bad. What do we have in the chat? Not so much. Trying to follow the chat action with one eye, although I have to twist my neck a little bit for that. But at least this is my good side. Much more gorgeous on the left profile than on the right. So everything is going according to plan. So e5, yeah, I can just collect this pawn, can't I? Or am I going to lose my queen? So f5, bishop f4, then I just take on f3, but he can take on e5 first and then maybe go bishop f4, which would hinder me retreating to c7 or something along this diagonal. But I do still have h5 and also I can think about taking the pawn on b2. So let's collect pawns like ripe fruits, so we can still stay topically with Julio Granda Zuniga, who is a very expert fruit collector, probably. I think he's from Peru, right? Also, we're gonna get another teammate from South America in Aachen, which is Mr. Iturizaga Bonelli from, I think, Venezuela, if I'm not mistaken. So that will be quite some interesting South America connection there. He's the second person I know from Venezuela after Juan Arango. great football player at Borussia Mönchengladbach and captain of the national team. So bishop b4, should I take on b2 or go to h5? Of course, knight g3 I'm not afraid of, to exchange queens then. Maybe queen d2 and knight g3 is not super pleasant, although it's not such a big deal either. On b2 my queen doesn't have terribly many squares. He might come up with some a4 stuff, and then if I go b4 then my queen doesn't really feel that great. Okay, let's go to h5. Act like we're planning to attack his king, but of course we are just planning to consolidate and convert the extra pawn. So a lot of time that I wasted on this move, 44 seconds. But as long as I'm not below my opponent on the clock, all is acceptable. Oh, there is Chessy99 writing in the chat. Great. Is he listening to me? Is he getting tips from my commentary? I hope not. Although it's probably not. It's instructive anyway, so. a4. Yeah, that is quite topical here. Don't want to take. I want to keep the position closed, so I'm going to go b4. Thinking about inserting e5, but probably that is going to come back to haunt me at some point. Don't want to weaken my pawn structure just yet, although e5, e4 is winning a piece. But I thought maybe e5 he can just take on b5, and if I take on f4, he takes on a6, then some rook e1, knight f4 ideas. Didn't like that too much. Queen d2, maybe now e5 and e4. I'm still kind of underdeveloped. Yeah, and he does have knight g3. So how does my queen feel right now? Let's talk to the queen. Dear queen, how do you feel? You don't have so many squares left. Knight g3 is really becoming annoying. Maybe I should go just d4. Yeah, I think I'm gonna... No, he can just take it. Can I go g5? No. Okay, I should come up with something. Maybe I should go just knight e4, exchange those guys and hope not to get mated along the d file, which I don't see happening just yet. So let's go for it. Okay, this is a little bit risky, but I didn't see anything better since my queen was feeling a little bit uncomfortable there. So I expect my opponent to take on e4, play rook d1 and threaten queen d7 mate. But I wanted to reply with queen b4, then after queen e3 just retreat my queen to somewhere where it feels a little bit safer, so like c4 or c6. Just get it back to my king, and then bishop c5 and e3 is going to be in the air, since I will have set up a battery along the long diagonal. Rook d1 and queen d5. Yeah, I'm still heavily underdeveloped. My whole queen side is still at its beginning phase, but maybe I can still live with that. Alright, so if I go queen c6, then knight a4, d4, a4 is hanging, but I don't really care about that pawn right now. If I go queen c4, then yeah, I'm gonna go queen c4. Rook d4 is possible, then I'm going to retreat to c6 and threaten bishop c5, so that's fine. I want to go bishop c5 regardless, because the queen is tied to defending the knight on e2 in some lines. And he does go rook d4, which players tend to do in short time controls, attack pieces, especially the queen. But now this square is not free for the knight anymore, and bishop c5 is really an annoying threat. Although he might play queen g3 and it's not even that bad yet. But now, not even after the exchange necessarily, just want to get my pieces developed and make sure that my king will be safe in a safe haven, safe, you know what I mean. Okay, shall we take on f2? 2? Yeah, let's continue the pawn grabbings. And now my opponent just doesn't have enough firepower to get through my king. What an exchange, and well, not anymore. It's a rook. Rook and a pawn up, and now my pieces are coming to play, and they sure like playing. Let's give some checks, confuse my young opponent, and maybe give some mates after that. Give a check again. At least he's now playing very, very fast, but bishop f3 is a really annoying threat, and that doesn't really help, does it? It does help a little bit, but I'm going to continue the checking and not let him do the checking too. And here's the mating. All right, thank you, Mr. Chessy99. Are you the mascot of the German chess youth of the Deutsche Schachjugend? I believe it's called Chessy too. So, who wants to play? Okay, let's take someone really decent. Mr. Omid Malek. Just saw that I have a really positive score against Mr. Malek from Canada. 3-0. But this might change in this very game since I am quite handicapped today. Okay, let's play the English opening, the ever so fashionable, actually not ever so, but just currently really fashionable English opening, doing the usual pre-move game and taking it from there. So this is somehow reversed Sicilian now. With the tempo up, obviously bishop b4 is one of the main moves. Actually, I'm kind of out of book here already. Normally people play bishop c5 against me for some reason. Okay, let's go knight d5. Probably knight f3. Yeah, knight f3 is the main move, after which black later takes on c3, goes e4, knight g5, rook e8 after the castles, f3 and stuff like this. But knight d5 can't be that bad yet either. Hoping my opponent will play d6 in the next move so I can collect the bishop. Not going to happen probably. How do you play here? Can I go? You know what? Let's go e3. I didn't want to play knight f3 really, but e3 looks kind of fine. Maybe c6 now. Yeah, don't have any advantage in this line. If you don't know the opening theory, don't expect to crush your opponent from the opening. So my opponent doesn't fall for d6, which was kind of the only idea I had. So I have to deal with that. All right, I'm just going to develop. Yeah, c6 does make a lot of sense. Can I go knight c3? Nah, I don't want to exchange the knights. You can have the center and show me what he wants to do with it. Yeah, that does make sense in order to follow up with some bishop f5 ideas. Not really sure how to plug that hole on d3. Well, that is giving me at least some time to develop my pieces. Yeah, I might just go d4 then. Let's do that. Bishop f5, d4 is what I want to do. Well, we can play bishop e6, I don't mind. Do I mind that now? I want to go e4, but then maybe bishop c4 is annoying. Yeah, not such a bad idea. Well played by my opponent. Alright, I'm going to go queen c2, take this guy, and then try to put my pawns on white squares, like so. Next move, I can go d4, get rid of my backward pawn on the d file. I can also go b5 since the c7 bishop is not protected. But it doesn't really threaten much, so I'm going to go d4. Might be just a tiny little bit better here, but nothing to write home about. Tom Colin is saying, Mr. Ilja, I became premium especially for this Banterthon. This is something that I really like to hear. So I will accept your challenge and not check the validity of your claim since I don't have any time for that. But we like to trust people here. Alright, queen g6. I need to come up with some idea. Should I go b5? I really feel like I shouldn't. I should just bring my pieces into action and prophylactically defend my queen a second time. Bishop b6 doesn't make sense. Let's harass this guy. Yeah, I need to speed up, so I'm going to talk less and play more, since otherwise this might be a little bit tricky. I do have the idea of playing knight f5, e takes f5, and then f6 immediately in order to cramp his kingside style. Yeah, actually, I might do that. Okay, let's go a5 first, see where this guy is heading. Maybe a6 is in the air sometimes too. Okay, not anymore. Both my ideas got... let me think. Okay, let's defend this guy. He might play a6 now, because otherwise I will play a6. And okay, now the time has come to do some stuff. So I will have the better pawn structure, but he will have jumpy with the knight, which is always dangerous in blitz chess. Some knight takes e4 ideas even. Okay, this is a valid square. Oh wait, I should not blunder my queen. Oopsie. Okay, let's exchange this one and retreat the bishop. Now hope that I have a better endgame of some sort. Okay, let's bring this rook. Oh, I don't have time. I need to speed up. Position doesn't matter anymore at all. I want to get to the pawn on a6. That does make sense. Ugh. What's my plan here? I don't have any. Let's bring the king around. How far can the king go? Not too far. Have I trapped his rook? Not quite. Not at all. Oh, I don't want to make the draw. Sorry, had to flag you. Needs to be done to keep my vest clean. Sorry, Mr. Malek Omid. That was very undeserved. Really well played by our Canadian friend. And the draw would have been totally deserved, but I like to flag people just as well as anyone else, as much as anyone else. So, yeah, thanks for taking part. Very valid comment by Danger Mao. I think Ilya is seeing the Banterthon scores and thinking they are his own. Obviously, yeah, they are not my own. So this guy has actually played 4 games during the Banterthon already. So that's not a bad thing to accomplish. And there were some guys with even more, if I remember correctly. All right, let's do something different now. Let's scroll to the very bottom of the table and choose Mr. Nick2504. Okay, wait. I messed up the game settings. All right, let's go g3 and bishop g2. Save 0.5 seconds already. This might be game decisive. How do they go here? All right, this should become a King's Indian. Gonna go b3, some sneaky little move again of mine. And play this position. Not sure if this is the way to go, because I have knight g5. Or should I play d4 maybe? Can't really calculate. Should not calculate. Don't have time for such nonsense in the Banter Blitz. Defending my bishop here now. I should have played knight c3. Stupid move. What am I doing here? If he goes queen c7, I have some knight b5 ideas. Just knight takes d5 maybe. Am I winning a pawn here? Probably not. No idea what is happening. No time to think, have to play. Don't stand that great. Should stop speaking like a retard. Yeah, no advantage for me today. Okay, oopsie daisy. Should not blunder my pieces. Yeah, I'm definitely not better here by any means, and I'm down on the clock. So this is going to be a tough task to face, but I will try my best as per usual. I do have some ideas. a3, b4, maybe b4 immediately, and then queen b2 check. But so does my opponent, and he will play e5, grab some space. Oh, so I thought. Maybe should go queen c4 and pretend like I do have a little bit something to play for in the rook endgame. a4, a5 might be a force to reckon with, and I would have one more pawn in the center. But of course, this is nothing really serious. So Mr. Tom Colin is who I promised to play one game later on. He wants to go e4. Do I like that? I don't really like that. I can go f3, but then f5. Okay, I need to play something. Yeah, e4 is really unpleasant. You know what? No. e4, how am I going to face this move? No idea. Okay, let's go e4 myself and hope that I will be in time to defend this pawn on d3 with the king, which I am going to be in time for. But of course I won't have any advantage here whatsoever. Okay, just need to speed up and hope for the best. But of course I'm not doing really great here. I want to play rook a3 to free my d1 rook, increase my activity, and then choose the right time to take on b6, which might be never. No, it should be at some point, eventually. h4, that is an interesting idea, so I'm just going to take now and then act like, oh, he takes with the rook. That is unexpected. Oh, I need to speed up. Yeah. Rook a5. All right, I need to speed up and I need to play some quick moves. Okay, let's play this quick move and this quick move, and after a check on b2, ask myself, what did I plan to do here? Did I plan that? Not really. But no choices. Need to be doing stuff. Check, check, double check. I'm going to check you. Let's win some more pawns. This is one. This is a lot. Pawns, pawns, pawns. They're all mine. Let's hide here. Why is he so fast? That's not fair. Mate! Ha! Whew. Sorry. That was a close one. Almost getting to 2750. Oof. Tricked him a little bit there. In the rook endgame, my opponent probably already thought all rook endgames are equal and drawish. And indeed they are. Nick2504 is telling me in the chat, well played, I was playing on time. Very honest loser. Not a loser, but someone who lost the game. So thank you, Nick. That's what I deserve. Some self-deprecating and self-destructing humor there. We always like that at Chess24. So let's see if we can find Mr. Tom Colin. Is this the right user who claimed to have become premium just to play the Banterthon? So many challenges. I can't possibly scroll to all of the list. Oof, I don't see Mr. Tom Colin. Can I use the search feature? No, he's not there. Sorry, Mr. Tom Colin, send me a new challenge. Oof. All right. Who do we want to play? All right, let's accept just someone, or maybe some 5-minute game. Okay, let's play someone who has been in the list for quite some time. Mr. Mitul. 5-minute game against Mitul from Bangladesh. Oh, played 2 games already in the Banterthon. But those who stick around with us should get rewarded, and so do we reward Mr. Mitul if he is there. Of course, the danger is there if someone has been hanging around for quite some time, that his challenge is a little bit older and therefore he has something better to do than playing chess online, although I wouldn't know which activity would qualify as something better than playing chess online. Let's take Skibby, Mr. Spider-Man Skibby. Just accept it. Yeah. Mr. Skibby, will you please make a move? Played? That's an interesting score. 1 against a half. How did we manage to do that? Okay, FIDE Master again. Should I play my Benko? I don't know anything else, which is something really, really sad for a Grandmaster, to have his main weapon be a really, really dodgy opening as the Benko, which he can be out-prepared at any moment against. So I'm playing the Perunovic line again, which is to delay recapturing on a5 for the sake of quick queenside development and throwing in some queen a5 at some point. And my main hope is basically that my opponent just doesn't know too much about this line, which then becomes really tricky to play for white. I believe generally the Benko is a very practical opening because it's much easier to play for black, and if white doesn't exactly know what he's doing, then this adds up even more. So I'm castling here and playing queen a5. Now knight takes e4 is a threat, and bishop d2 and knight d2 are the 2 main moves. I had one serious game of chess in this position, in this line already, which continued with knight d2, after which black should really take on a6, because otherwise, yeah, this pawn should not be kept forever hostage. Even more so after bishop d2 when a7 is a bit of a threat, and even knight b5 first and then a7 even more. So bishop d2 and bishop takes a6. It's always a good sign if the opponent takes a little bit longer for his moves. It means he doesn't really know the position, and it is not undangerous for white, although it seems so calm. I do have ideas with opening up the center with e6 now and again. a4 is a valid move. Does he want... Okay, I do have some time to think. Does he want to go knight b5? Maybe. Maybe not. I can take on f1, but then he wants to take back with the king and do his normal stuff. Although I'm kind of in time to create counterplay. I could go e6. Maybe I should go e6 and mix it up a bit. Let's go e6. So knight b5 is a move, but then I just go queen b7, and I'm not afraid of too many things there. e4 will also be hanging. Ah, that is another idea. That I understand. But I am still not sure if this is going to help much, because not the d5 pawn is my target, but the e5 pawn here. And white is still somewhat underdeveloped, which I'm going to try and make use of. Knight b5. Does he want to go d6 and knight c7? Probably does. Okay, I don't have any better move. c4 is in the air now too, which I should consider after d6. White probably cannot afford to be too slow here, since he needs to develop. I'm gonna take on d5 and open the e file. c4, bishop d4 doesn't yield anything. Yeah, let's take free the c6 square for our knight. And some lines actually even bishop takes b5 and queen takes b5, and then collecting both rooks might be an option. Probably not here yet. My rook is kind of hanging. I could just play bishop b7 and take on f3, take on e5. I should probably do that. Right? Why not? Oh, let me collect my thoughts. My brain is getting really dizzy right now. Knight c6. Yeah, let's go bishop b7. Oof. Okay, I think I'm gonna make a short little break after this game and refreshen a bit. He wants to take with the queen. Oh wait, I have c4, right? Ha! Queen d4. Too early to celebrate. Queen d4. Don't see too much there. Rook e8. Bishop e2. What's his plan? Knight c6. Yeah, maybe I should just go knight c6 and take on e5 with the knight with the tempo. Okay, I should speed up a little bit, because otherwise my whole time advantage will have passed rather soon. Okay, now c4 is a real threat actually, because the d4 square is taboo for white's queen. And if he, well, you can go to c2, it's actually not so bad. Yeah, not much threatening, but at least it's very good to get into my opponent's head with all of these threats. Skibby. Mr. Willi Skibbe, heard that name. What is this? Can this be any good? Can't be good. Rook e8, knight c7, bishop f8, knight takes a8. No, don't like that. Just gonna go c4, right? Why not? Threaten something on f2. Okay, should really speed up. Can I take on e5 at some point? Boom, 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 boom. No, can't. This is a little bit annoying, the spin, but it won't last forever. For example, now I can just go rook here. I can't see anything, but maybe bishop f8 is also a threat now. Yeah, it is. Queen d5, knight takes e5, right? I end up good. Oh, he takes on d7, also knight takes e5. Yeah, that should be good. Can't see a thing, but hoping for the best. I would take this guy, right? Why should I not take this guy? Let's pre-move senseless, useless moves. So my idea is to take on e5 and then have a double attack, discovered attack, whatever is going to happen on white's queen. Yeah, I expect that, and that is not such a bad idea to get my king into this diagonal. But I can take on e5. I don't want to open this diagonal, actually. You know what? Am I something up yet? About rook a5. Can I go rook a5, queen e4? This is getting really messy. I'm gonna exchange queens. I can take on d7. Oh, and then take on g4. I missed that. Okay, I take on f3 with a check. And if he takes on d4, yeah, he takes on d7. That makes sense. Okay, at least I managed to exchange stuff. Although I'm not even material up here. Okay, I'm just gonna put my knight to f5, where it will stop white from, oopsie, not to d7, obviously. Okay, let's become active. I'm gonna hide on h6. That's a valid way to play. I need to speed up considerably. He wants to go to d2 if I take on f4. Okay, now I can take, right? And take this guy. Take them all. Bishop c5. Well, interesting idea. Not going to work in my regime. Okay, piece up. That should be a piece of cake. Not really, but should be doable. Okay, won another pawn. Gave a check here. Went here. Why do I keep speaking in third person? And won the game. All right, Mr. Willi Skibbe. Thanks for playing, Spider-Man. That was exciting. And I really should take a break right now. Not a long one, rather short one. Just to get freshened up a bit and then continue the crushing. Although I really have the strong hunch that the crushing will continue soon, since I'm not able to calculate any lines after 1.5 hours already. But to be fair, I have been in the office since 6.5 hours. So yeah, my office day started at 11 already. All right. Oof, chat is going crazy. I can't even follow all of it. Oh, Deadpool. Yeah, sorry, it's not Spider-Man. It's Deadpool, the other fashionable superhero. Don't really know why, but it's all over 9gag and stuff. All right, I will try to keep up with my pop culture and be back in a couple of minutes, just a short breather. And I'll see you after that. Keep the challenges coming and give me good reasons why to accept you out of all. Become premium. Don't forget to become premium, which is basically the most important advice I can give you. And then crush me, since this is not going to go on forever, my crushing series. It will end, promise you. All right, see you in a couple. Stay tuned. Here I am back again after a short little break, ready to play some more chess games. I just went outside for a little stroll around the block to enjoy the summer. Well, at least it's as summer as it will get in Hamburg, some 23 degrees or something. It's really nice outside. But it's even nicer here in the studio and probably even much more warm, much warmer, even though with less skirts and cleavages. Now, to stop the sexistic talk, let's just continue with one of the challenges. Yeah, I also got rid of my sweater. It's just too warm in here, and also I'm really vain, so I want to present my whole wardrobe to you guys out there. Need to sustain the reputation of the most vainest, can you say vainest, most vain chess player in the history of the game. And it will not be the last time that I changed my wardrobe during this show. So, enough with the talking, more with the chess playing, and let's play some random guy. This is not to disrespect my opponent, this is just his username. So, random guy from random country named Germany. I have been to that place. I hear it's quite nice there. So, let's continue with my old people's openings. And let's play some knight a3, which does have some venom. And I believe is almost the only... Yeah, that's the problem though. The only real challenge of this whole setup for black. So this is all theory. e5 takes advantage of the fact that the knight is pinned to the bishop. It can't take on e5. Now they usually take on a3 and I'm not sure if they go d6 here. They should usually take on c4. I'm gonna go rook b1 and then maybe just collect the guy, even though after that I will still not necessarily have an advantage. I do have the light squared bishop here, which is some kind of a plus. Okay, he wants to take on c4 now. d4 is an option. Yeah, let's go d4 maybe. Okay, so I do have the ominous pair of bishops and I want to open up the position. The real thing though here is that I'm clearly ahead in development and I want to make use of that even though I have no clue how to do it. Right, so this bishop can do quite some harm along the long diagonal or maybe on g5 or something, even though it needs to be considered wisely how to use it. Might want to go a4 at some point because these pawns, they are really horrible. And maybe I should do it here. Don't want to go c5, don't want to take on b5. So I'm going to go a4 and yeah, he take this guy. I take this guy. I do have some pressure along the d5, the d file and the a file. Nothing great yet. Yeah, he just collecting pawns. Can't go to c2 due to bishop e4. Where do I go instead? I want to go to somewhere dark squared. Let's go here. Act like we have some threats against the black king. He can take on a2, of course, but this pawn is not really that important. Yeah, I still don't exactly like my position. Don't want to defend this pawn. It's not worth it. What do I want to do? Yeah, maybe I should just go knight d4, admit that the pair of bishop is not worth anything here, but instead my dark square control. I want to jump to f5 at some point with the knight and put the bishop to b2, although this is all very speculative and I feel like I'm actually probably slightly worse here due to my queen structure deficiencies. Okay, he doesn't have rook b8 because of knight c6. That's a good thing. Of course, he wants to exchange queens, which I don't. So I'm going to play bishop g5, provoke f6, and go back to d2 and hope he blunders something on e6. Probably gonna go queen e7. That looks very sensible. After which I might consider rook e1 and then e4. Queen e8, even more sensible. Actually, let's go e4. Why not go e4? Where's the knight going? Here. That's possible, I guess. Okay, I should speed up a bit. That is a little problem here. Knight c5, not exactly pleasant. Oh, those knights are jumpy. Knights are really strong in blitz games. Remember that, folks. I don't have any real counterplay. It's starting to annoy me. I'm gonna take this guy. What now? Don't see much here. Okay, let's go to g4. Threaten some knight e6, knight f5 stuff. It is tricky, this position. Still some... yeah, not so tricky maybe after all. Alright, those knights, they are quite annoying. Okay, knight d3 is also in the air. I want to jump to... I can't jump to f5 really, because that gives away the b5 square for a moment. What can I do though? Maybe some queen c2 and rook b1 if he lets me do it. He might just play rook b8. Oh, he does let me do it. I do have a check on b3, after which my position kind of a little bit improves. Just go to d5. And go, he has knight d3. Still wants to exchange queens. Alright, time has come to do so. Don't have much time either. Okay, need to stop the talking and do some playing. Yeah, gonna grab that one. Oof, where to go now? Why is he playing so quickly? Just wants to win on time, and he did it. Alright, first game after the break, first defeat. That's how it goes. Yeah, at least I had a good position. Managed to free myself at some point, but of course that is a very, very lousy excuse. Yeah, congratulations to Mr. Random Guy. Yeah, just well played, also practically well played, and just went for the clock at some point, which is justified, as justified means to win positions. Don't forget about the clock. Note to myself mainly. All right, let's play against Elion. 2462 looks like a strong opponent. Julius Chitka. 5 minutes. Let's go c4. All right, g6. What do I do here usually? Nothing. Just develop my pieces. And take it from there. Knight h6. I think they go h4 here because h5 is prohibited by the laws of chess, and act like they have achieved something on the h file, which might be true, might not. We will see. Yeah, h4 is, I believe, also Mikhail Marin's recommendation in this position. So I'm going to listen to the wise man, to the expert of English openings. Okay, a6. I could consider even d4 here, and then... yeah, actually that doesn't look so bad. Let's confuse my opponent, play d4. The idea is that the bishop on g7 is kind of overloaded, having to defend the h6 dude as well. Yeah, looks like it works. Knight takes d4, I just take on h6, and if he takes back, queen takes d4. He cannot castle short side because I take on g6, and the bishop on h6 will be hanging. So just confusing my opponent a bit there and making his position a bit unpleasant to play. He also has to calculate all kinds of hg6 ideas at any moment. So let's see. Even bishop f4 could be a nuisance in some lines. So let's try to win this game against Elion and get back to where we belong. 27 and something. Who's after me? It's Christoph Silecki. So it would be really cool if I could hand over the Banterthon throne. The Banterthon, it's more like some 60s chair, or maybe even 50s. Not a real throne, but still would be cool if I could hand it over, having gained some points. Knight f5. Yeah, I could take and claim he has a weakness. He has compromised his pawn chain. But I really want to open the H file first. It doesn't seem like I do have the chance to do so sensibly, though. Actually, I might... I don't want to take on c6 and activate his rook. Although I would have e4 or something, and then I'm not really sure where he's knight. Okay, let's take on f5. That is at least some achievement, one could argue. Now, maybe attack this guy. If I go h6, let's go h6 and see where this bishop is heading. Because it doesn't want to go to f6 due to knight d5. It doesn't want to exchange itself on c3 because then, well, let's go queen a5 check or something. I'm not afraid. I'm just going to put my king to f1 since the rook on h1 is working already along the h file, or at least it has some prospects to become a decent worker, a member of the working class. And bishop f4 is also in the air. Yeah, that does make sense to put then bishop here, but where is it going to go from here? Bishop g5 might be annoying. c5, queen c2. I'm not sure how he's going to defend. Yeah, he's just going to go d6 probably, yeah? Maybe some rook h5. I should speed up. Let's go bishop g5. That looks really annoying. That's the kind of move that annoys people. Do you want to go f4? Oh wait, what about the b2 pawn? Let's not care about such pawns. Let's just mate the guy. Not really good at mating people. Mating with people, even less so, but mating people, I don't like to mate. Don't like too sharp positions, but I have heard that if you want to be a good chess player, you should be able to play any kind of position. And even though I don't have any ambitions of such sorts, I want to at least try. Right, so if he takes on b2, I just go rook b1. Still, this bishop doesn't feel too cozy. Yeah, well, e6 is definitely a concession. Well, let's give the check here. He is never... Oh, he just took. Okay, after queen d6, does he have any moves to make yet? Wait, I can take on c6 first and then queen d6, because after queen d6 he does have queen b4, even though after queen c7 I still look a hell of a lot like winning. Is that proper English? Alright, maybe I should just take on c6. He takes queen d6. And then he has queen b4, but I have c5 and I'm mating him. So maybe after bishop takes c6, he does have to play some rook g6. But I have bishop c3. Okay, let's take the guy. Let's show him who's boss on the dark squares. That would be me. So b takes c5, c6, queen d6, queen b4, c5, and there's no parrying of queen e7 mate. Isn't that beautiful? So that quite looks like mate. Yeah, my opponent should really not have played e6 and then at least not have taken on f6. And he tends to agree since he resigned here. Alright, hope you guys liked that kind of a crazy game. And yeah, maybe I can reproduce some of the craziness in one of the next games. Let's see who wants to play. Even if I read some great reason why someone wants to play, like just becoming premium, like giving me compliments or something, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find the guy in the list because there's a lot of challenges. But don't be disencouraged. For example, right now, Ambitious Pawn just came in with a challenge and I immediately accepted it. So everybody will get a shot. If not with me, then with someone else. We're still talking about chess. And everybody, as you can see, does have a chance to play. Some people did play a couple of games already, like my former opponent, my opponent from before. All right, now I'm playing c5 again, but I'm not going to go to the Benko, but to the Benoni instead. If my opponent chooses to play d5, he seems to be out of book here already. This is called Jan opening. Okay. Yeah, you can see that, but that's what my opponent just wrote in the chat. Jan with a Y. Why do you spell Jan with a Y? Okay. So what we have here is, I don't know, some kind of a Grunfeld style position. I do play this line with reversed colors, where I believe white does have some edge. This should be all equal, but I'm quite happy with the opening so far. Okay, if I go a6, he might then take on c5. Not sure about the move order here. Let's start with knight bd7. I want to be able to recapture with the knight. What else do I want to do? I want to go a6, b5, bishop b7, rook c7, queen c7, rooks to d8 and c8 and take it from there. He can, of course, always play d5, but this pawn majority in the center of whites is not going to go anywhere far because I always have the option to go knight g4, put a piece to e5, and enjoy some solid piece play. Now e4 would be a mistake due to b4, and I would just collect this pawn on e4 after chasing the knight away. So knight e5. Not sure that is a good move. Although I'm pretty positive I won't be able to refute it. Can take, go knight g4, then f4. Take on d4 first. Oh, my brain is not working properly. Maybe queen c7 simply. And I'm not sure what white is supposed to have achieved after this. Yeah. Not sure if that was the most testing. Maybe I should have just taken on d4, go knight b6, but then at least his bishop on c1 would have come out. Definitely no problems for black here, but also no advantage. Well, maybe a slight advantage. In these positions, this long range cannon on g7 is always worth something, because in endgames the pressure that this bishop exerts along the long diagonal sometimes does lead, or many times actually, does lead to a slight edge. And here I'm just going to take this pawn. Don't see why not to. So no reason to refuse a free pawn. We all have learned this piece of wisdom from some of the other contributors on Chess24. We've learned a lot. We've learned to love pawn grabbing, learned to love pairs of bishops, and did learn some tactical tricks. Like here, I want to take back on b4, then once the knight retreats, I want to go b3, and once the bishop takes on b3, I go queen e4 forking on g2 and b1. Knight a4 will not stop my devious plan. Let me just check if the queen will be able to come out of b1, and I believe it should be. Okay, so b3, that looks like a good move. Don't want to start with queen e4 because then after f3 my queen would be immediately attacked. Here after bishop takes b3, queen e4 with a double attack on g2 and on b1. There is of course a nice spot for the queen to head, which is b1, collecting this rook. My opponent seems to have some connectivity issues. Let's check in the meantime how how much of an endangered species the queen is going to be on b1. So I will have the f5 square for retreats. So knight c3, queen f5 is not a problem. Knight takes c5 should not be a problem either. I was more worried about bishop c2 than queen a2. Should be fine because I have this diagonal to flee. And here bishop d2 is also in the air. Let's take some time to make it a little bit more precise. So rook c8, then bishop d2, that's the problem. Oh, but then I can take on b2, right? Knight takes b7 and I take on b3. So rook c8, and if he takes on b7, obviously I just grab the guy on c1. Ah, wait, yeah. Rook c2, bishop c... rook c8, bishop c2 was what I didn't like. But then I have queen a1. Oh no, he just grabs the guy on b7. I can just play bishop d5. Bishop c2, queen a2. Yeah, let's not make it more difficult than it is. The queen is not going to get lost, most probably. And I do have an extra rook. So rooks are great. They are the pillars of the chess society. They're not as great as pairs of bishops, but pairs of bishops, I don't trust them too much. I think they are quite needy. They need each other. Relationships where you need the other one too much, they're not healthy. And I obviously am also a very big hobby relationship expert, so you should really trust my judgment there. Okay, I'm messing around here verbally, not so much on the chessboard. It is interconnected though, because I believe I should be easily winning here. The move e4 at least cut out my queen from this diagonal, but I do have the square on a2 available. Oh wait, bishop f4, of course I missed. I'm such a putzer. It should still not be too bad, but there was no reason at all to give away the exchange. And that should be a lesson to myself, not to become overly cocky during chess games, which I don't tend to do usually. I think I should do more, not become cocky, but more, what's the opposite? Self-assured or something. Because I think that's what the good guys tend to do. Overestimate their own chances, positions, abilities. Just a little bit, not too much. To keep the touch to reality, but to also be positive about things, to dare more, and to play. That looks better, right? Play for a full point. This is why I believe also some people say that with a little bit of alcohol, you tend to play better chess, but just a little bit. All right. This should really be family friendly, so I'm going to stop plugging alcohol consumption and start playing chess instead. I have seen something about this line. This is the famous, not that famous, but it is a line that has been played recently, sometimes, once in a while, on some occasions, by Richard Report. whom I should really ask to do some video series for us because he's such an entertaining player. c4 is not such a bad move. I don't actually know how they go here. Does any one of you guys know? You know what? I'm gonna play queen e7, wait for knight c2, then go c5 and activate my knight because I think it is more important to bring the knight back into the game than to weaken these squares, since this knight on c2 is quite far away from d5, and also this knight on g1, it will take some time to get to d5. I might play e4 at some point, although I don't like the d file to be opened after that. That does make sense. To play this way, yeah, maybe just bishop c7 and d5. What do you guys think? That should be a decent hedgehog kind of position, with the knight on c2 really embarrassed a bit. The laughing stock of the whole white army. Not really, but it doesn't really belong to c2. It belongs to d2, where it has prospects to go to c4 or e4. And on c2, well, it does support the b4 thrust sometimes, so I should not be overly confident again. I should learn from my mistakes. That's what they say. You are allowed to make mistakes if you just learn from them. Oh, just noticing they grabbed the wrong mug. It's a lefty mug. On the other hand, that does leave my other hand free to blitz out moves against the JKEX. Okay. I will have to play knight c6 at some point, but I want to wait until it's really necessary, because on some lines he can't play a3, for example. I'm just gonna grab the pawn on b3. Now could be a good time, because bishop a5 might be quite annoying, and then jumping to c3 with my knight. See, this is why I like white's missing coordination. Let's go bishop a5. b4 I'm just gonna take, right? Not sure if this works, because my pieces might be a little bit overloaded. e5 is also latently weak, but I don't see any concrete refutation, so I'm gonna go for it. So what to do with the horsey on c2? He can exchange it if he goes b4, then take, and at least he's gotten rid of his pony. But then he will also have gotten rid of his pawnee. Not pony, but pawnee in this case. Okay, knight d2. I wonder how my opponent is planning to unwrap his pieces there. If I go bishop f5 and he goes e4 and I go queen g5, what do we get except chaos? Mainly chaos. Don't like chaos. Okay, let's just make a proper developing move and see what he can come up with. Squinting at b3 is what the bishop is doing in some lines, so I might just collect a pawn if I will get the chance. Now instead, let's look at this d3 pawn. Knight c4 probably is a decent attempt here. Yeah, e4 I was hoping for, giving me some squares, but then again knight e3 is a bit of an achievement for my opponent. Okay, knight d4. I should really speed up. Knight dc4, I want to play b5, and then he cannot take on e5 because of knight e2 discovered. Check. He sees it, but he didn't see my other devious threat, which was collect pawns. And I am happy being a pawn up here. Let's secure all areas, then put the bishop. Well, should I take the guy? Yeah, let's take the guy. Increase the pressure along the d file. You can have this, as long as I get the d3 pawn. Ah, he wants to mate me. That's mean. f6 is a good move. Why is he so quick? I don't like that. Okay, let's see. Oh, that is a good move too. Don't like it. We'll have to live with it. Okay, we'll have to speed up too. Uh-oh. No! Lost on time. Damn it! My opponent even offered a draw, which was quite a nice gesture, but I don't take draws today. I want to beat you guys. Yeah, well played, very well played. Hung in there with the stupid pony, not pawny, but pony on c2, and showed me how to play successful chess. Now we're playing against my friend Makan Raffier, FIDE Master Raffaello. 3 minutes, come on, this is just too short. This guy is too good for that. Let's play something sneaky. I like playing sneaky stuff. This is how I became a grandmaster, by playing sneaky stuff. And here goes the sneakiness. Knight b6. Bit of a fashionable line lately. And exactly for this reason. This is a bit of a trap, since now once the knight returns, I'm gonna go c4, and after bishop a4. How do they go here? I think I'm gonna take the guy. Bishop a4 check, I'm gonna take as well. Should I go d5 first? No, let's castle. I do have queen d7 with a double attack, right? I don't want to be greedy, because then after knight c3, queen takes f5, rook e1. I do have some problems developing my king side. That move does make sense. Now probably bishop e3. I'm going to go queen d7 and rook d8 rather quickly. Yeah, queen f3, d4, rook d1. No clue what's going on there. Probably just fine for white. Yeah, it didn't go exactly as planned. I did something wrong there, but okay. Just gonna go queen c6 and be happy for the moment. Not so happy, but I wanna go b5, a3, a5, chase the knight away, get to e4. I really don't like the activity of white's bishop, so I'm gonna try. Oh yeah, I just blundered the pawn, of course. Gonna try to exchange it, is what I wanted to say. Yeah, bishop b2, knight e7 check, which is a threat anyway. I don't want to lose again. Why do I always have to lose? Don't have a proper move even. Can I go bishop g5? F6 stuff. No, wait, my queen is hanging. Queen d6 can't be right either. Queen f8 looks bad. Let's go king f8 and hope for the best. Yeah, that looks really, really crappy. Oh man. Should at least accept challenges of strong players with 5 minutes. c3. He just likes to torture me, doesn't he? c3 is not the best move in the position. I'm pretty sure about that. But I'm also pretty sure that I won't be able to prove why that is. Okay, what can be my plan? I might want to double on the d file. He doesn't know what to do either. That's the sad part. Okay, let's go. Oh, I don't know what to do. Rook d6, he'll take. Okay, whatever. He'll take on f6. I'm just gonna recapture and try to hold the rook endgame. My queen side is weakened, which makes it a bit harder. Yeah, I'm just really much worse here. Does he want to grab the a7 pawn? Okay, take it. Yeah, nice try. Not gonna happen. Oof, I'm really bad at playing chess. Yeah, I should have just played queen c7 or something, defend against both threats. It's not like it was impossible. Let's create a threat of our own, but of course. Oh yeah. Pathetic. It's getting embarrassing. All right. Congratulations, Raffaello. I don't want to resign, but I have to. Okay. Oh, drop below 2700. In a downward spiral. Okay. Let's play against Brainsmurf. That seems like a decent proposal to me. Brainy Smurf from Germany, some Jan. 25-32, 5 minutes. That's a little bit more relaxing. And oh wait, it's white to move. I forgot that white is the one who should start the first moves of the game. So Brainy Smurf, like the... Oh, I can't even talk anymore. Like the name. So let's continue sneakiness. And I'm going to watch my clock now. Now this is, yeah, again, a somewhat tricky opening. Not bad, I believe. Because you cannot really take on b4 twice. I'm going to come up with bishop a3, knight b5. And you will be underdeveloped and have some concrete problems to cover your pawns. And after e4, making use of the fact that the knight is pinned to the rook, I'm going to go knight g5, which is why a3, b4 you should only play once the knight is on e7. Long story short, I managed to get in my a3, b4 plan, which makes it more difficult for black to develop, since this fails to this. Was what I wanted to say, but my opponent thinks he can make it still happen. So bishop takes c4, I have queen a4 with a kind of a nasty double attack. Even could take on c6 first. If he doesn't take on c4, I'm a pawn up. So plenty of reasons to be happy with life. e4 is a good move. Slightly more unhappy now, but we'll have to live with it. Yeah, d3 I can't play. Should I let him take on c4 and therefore get my pieces developed? Probably. He does have some compensation, oddly. Can I go queen a4 maybe? Maybe I can go queen a4. Knight d4, knight c2. What do I know? I know nothing. Jon Snow. Oof, it's going downhill. I should really not spiral downward that easily, since I'm not that old yet. Kind of old, but not that old. And I do go for a run once in a while, so... Alright, let's focus on what's important in life, which is not chess, but let's still focus on it. On chess. Okay, I want to go knight c2 and knight e3. Knight e5... Why not play d3 now? And there is some trouble along the long diagonal, and I want to undermine. Well, it's not so much undermining as overmining, really. Overmine, well, just to lever his center and break free some, well, his pawn chain and gain some pieces, some squares for my pieces. Knight takes c4. I thought I could take on e4, but then he has knight b6. Oh, that is unfortunate. Maybe I can... What can I do? My knight is hanging. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to play this position. As much as I dislike that. My bishop on g2 is out of play. On the other hand, his kingside is just a little bit airy. Should make sure not to lose my queen. Yeah, my advantage is probably gone by now. Yeah, I should really exchange, but I'm trying to come up with a follow-up. c4 is... Nah. I'm gonna go queen b3, although usually I like to exchange ladies, but here I don't. What am I doing to my position? Totally messing it up. Can't lose 3 in a row. Would it be 3 in a row? No, I'm gonna win this game. Get it together. What ideas can I possibly have here? My pieces are just really crappy now. I mean bad. I could activate my rook via d1, but all the other pieces I don't have immediate use for. Really, this bishop is my problem child. Is that a word? German it is. Don't see threads will activate pieces. Ah, that was the thread. That makes sense. Okay, I could also jump to d5 now. He jumps to d4. Don't see what else to do. I'm just gonna go to a2 then and try to flag him. That usually, as we have learned, is a good idea. This move probably also is a good idea. Oh man. Yeah, I'm probably just busted. What can we still do here? Oh man, nothing. Probably just really, really busted. Knight c3, queen takes c4, take, take. And offline. Don't see what to do. Okay, I need to play something. But what? Yeah, I'm messing it up here. Queen takes c4. Don't really have anything to show for. Not even a chauffeur. Yeah, I'm totally going down here. Let's insert some pseudo activity, but we all know that that is not going to lead anywhere. At least my pieces are somehow oddly coordinated now. But not really. I might just play bishop f1. And even if he does have a check on f3, I will have to live with it. f4, that is unpleasant. Okay. Okay, let's just take the guy. totally don't even see a move. Yeah, queen h5, and is this made already? Should be made soon. Yeah, I'm not going to win anything here. That was really... queen takes f2 even. Oh, well played. Oh, wait, I'm hanging on. Oh no. Wow, this guy was good. Congratulations, Mr. Brainy Smurf. Maybe it's Jan. It says Jan in the profile. So maybe it's Jan. All right. I am not willing to give up just yet, and I will accept another challenge of a rather high-rated player. Let me just see if people are making fun of me and mocking my lack of playing strength already. Some advice from Ando. No, wait. From I Am Preciso. Play faster, don't look for the optimal move. Which is a good advice in Blitz. Play me, that is also a good advice. Alright, I'm going to play Captain the TT and I'm going to beat him. It has to end now. I can't be losing games forever. 26-69, aye. Alright, but now I'm gonna turn the tables. Turn the tide even. Is it 4 in a row? Pramod, don't make fun of me. I'm in a vulnerable state right now. My psyche is really, really weak and I am knocked. Let me at least make sure that my haircut looks decent. All right. Maybe I just need a little bit more energy, a little bit more sugar. I'm gonna eat a banana, as impolite as it might be in front of the camera, but something needs to change. Bishop e2 is not exactly the worst move, but maybe not the best either. I'm gonna play, well, just played queen b6, and the idea is that after dc5, which is usually a good idea if the queen needs to recapture on c5, because then you gain a lot of tempi. The idea here is that I don't want this guy on c5 necessarily, but the guy on e5, and now I'm gonna focus all my powers onto that pawn. And actually b4 is a good move, because I would have taken on c5. Now this pawn chain is somewhat restricting and cramping my style. Why is my opponent playing that well? c4 is a good move. Sorry for the impoliteness, but I need some sugar and carbs. Need to eat stuff. Yeah. Does he want to go bishop f4 after knight takes? No. I'm gonna give a check on f3. Am I? No, that's dangerous. Oof. I'm not gonna lose this one too. Probably am going to lose this one too. But I don't want to lose this one too, is what I mean to say. Okay, the rook is hanging. Rook b1 is possible. Bishop f3 is also possible. Yeah, I'm worse here. You guys are not cheating against me, are you? Why is everybody so strong suddenly? Probably it's just me who's weak. I don't see anything that would make my life bearable. I'm crazily underdeveloped. Maybe I should go b5, c takes, b6, Nah, that's just gonna lose itself. Okay. Tough challenge here. The problem is that he wants to jump to b6 immediately after capturing the pawn. Okay, let's just play something. Knight takes c4, queen c7, rook b6. Knight b6, I mean. Rook d8. And although I am clearly worse there, game is not yet over. But I sure dislike my position. Let's blame it on our excellent training tools like the Tactics Trainer, the video series, all the great life wisdom in our shows by Jan and the likes, by Anna and Sopiko and Christoph and everyone else as a reason for why I'm losing one game after the other, because our users are just getting better by the hour. Queen a4, strong move, threatening c6 stuff and also rook d1 stuff, and all this stuff is going to make me despair. I'm not surviving this at all. Maybe I can put the knight to d5. I really don't want to play knight e7 with the lead in the development that my opponent already has. Nicolas Leete from France is crushing me. Doesn't help. My opponent can just exchange, put the other rook to d1 and then increase the light square's pressure. Oh, there's danger looming along the back rank as well. Oh, give me a break here. Why are you so strong, Captain, the HH? You do have a son, judging from your picture. Please, Mr. Sun, could you please distract my opponent and make sure that he stops finding the best moves? Yeah, I'll give you that pawn if you let me survive, but unfortunately, yeah. I do have rook b8, queen takes d7, rook takes b1, but then just bishop d1 and I'm busted. After queen takes b7, obviously. So I'm gonna have to take probably, don't see any alternatives, and play bishop f6 or something. Hope for some opposite colored bishop endgame, but this is not going to happen probably. My opponent is thinking, which is wondersome. Now, doesn't he see bishop d1 in this line, or what's the problem? a4, really? Okay. Don't think that is the best move. Doesn't mean that my position has become bearable. Okay, let's play rook a8. If he takes on b7, I'm gonna take on a4, and then I have some rook a1 ideas, so that I don't immediately lose, although probably lose in the long term. Now rook c7 or something. He has bishop f1. So annoying. Oh, stop being that strong. Yeah, I don't have anything. Could try knight d4, but he's gonna take the knight and not the bishop, because otherwise he will get mated. It's sad, really. Okay, let's try it. Yes, rook c8, check first too. This is just hoping for a blunder, but of course my opponent will not do me the favor and lose. Okay. All right, we need to break the pattern somehow. William Wallace might help me, the Braveheart King. Is he a king? I think so. Alright, so if I lose another game, I'm gonna have to shut down the site. How about that for a threat? Not gonna happen. Okay, Mr. Wallace. It's not going to be a Benko, I promise you that, but it's going to be something similar. 2646. Oof, oof, oof. So the Snake Benoni, another sneaky, tricky opening, which is objectively probably just bad. But it's not so easy to refute it in a Blitz game over the board if you don't know the critical lines by heart. So guys, do you think I can turn the tide now? I think I can do it. But I'm gonna need some moral support for that at least. I know you guys love to be for the underdogs, but now I am the underdog. Which is not my wrestler name, but my status quo on the chessboard. E3 is a good move because the pawn on E4 in this line is sometimes quite weak. But at least I know my next 8 or so moves. I had this in a game once in the Bundesliga against Vlastimil Babula from the Czech Republic. And I was actually quite happy with my position. So, yeah, let's try. What is the idea of the Snake Benoni thingy? I don't really know, but it's just something that people play and where the white players are not too well prepared against. No, the idea is that in some lines, and this can be really handy, knight e4. Yeah, knight e4 is unpleasant. In some lines, you can use the square on g6 for your knight to get rid of this pin. And the bishop can become active via a5 in some lines. Actually, I might have just played bishop a5 to get rid of knight e4 ideas. So I want to exchange maybe a pair of knights on e5. Also, I want to kick this bishop away at some point with h6 and then maybe knight to g6. The bishop can't stay on d3 forever either. Okay, e4. Yeah, now I should go knight. Okay, let's go h6 first, and then maybe that wasn't that clever. And then knight to e5. Okay, what I want to do is I want to increase the pressure along the e-file, also get bishop a5 in at some point. But I need to make sure that e5, this break, is not happening. Yeah, that is not a bad move. And I'm gonna go to d4, hope that I'm not going to trap my own queen and make my opponent think how to make use of the fact that the queen is a little bit stranded there. Maybe a5, rook a4 is an idea, but then I have tricks with queen b4 and stuff. This, I thought, should be quite good for me, and actually now I, for the first time, do like my position, because once I get the chance to exchange this dark squared bishop, I will have my dark squared bishop unopposed, and I will have stopped the e5 break for good, normally. And then I can build up my counterplay along the e-file on the queen side, slowly but steadily. Yeah, this bishop on c7 looks a little bit stupid, but it's quite useful in some lines. It can go to a5, as already mentioned. It defends the pawn on d6 in a handy manner. And sometimes it can go to d8 and f6 if necessary. But of course, I should make sure not to play the position too slowly. Okay, now e5 is a threat because of bishop h7 check later on. Where do I want the queen? I don't want it on the queen side, so I'm gonna retreat to f6. Next move might be bishop g4. Actually, then bishop e2. Okay, bishop g4 because white should not be keen on weakening his king side with f3. f4 is an idea sometimes, but it's really double-edged because then e5 really needs to work if that should make any sense for white. Otherwise, his king's position will be compromised in the long term. Bishop c4, I don't mind, just make a developing move. Bishop d7. Next, I might consider doubling on the e-file. Actually, I will do it right now. Or maybe bishop a5 first. What does he want? Queen f3 or something? I ain't afraid of no queen f3. Let's go bishop a5, because in the queen f3 line I can just take and go b5, make use of this pin, make use of the fact that I am up on the clock, make use of the fact that William Wallace is probably quite busy fighting real fights, real wars. I can go b5 here. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Time for action has come. All my pieces are kind of placed sensibly, which is many times a signal that the position is ready for something concrete. And something concrete that oh, yeah, well, it doesn't work really. I can just go bishop a5, claim an extra piece. Do I have something better? Isn't it beautiful to be up on the clock? You can think about stuff and you don't have to trust your reflexes, because reflexes can sometimes be erroneous in chess. Yeah, I should just go bishop a5. No need to do something more sophisticated. I could, of course, take on f2, but what would be the use of that? Well, let's go bishop, maybe bishop b4 even. Because bishop a5, you might take on a8 and play rook a1. I have queen d8. Oh wait, he can take on e8 and play queen a4, but then I have queen d8 too. Phew, lucky me. Queen a4? No, come on, I'm not going to bungle this one. Am I? Okay, maybe queen d4 instead. Queen d4, rook a4. Queen d8, queen a4, rook a7. Nah, that should work. Come on. I'm really getting nervous here almost, but not really. Well, a bit. Okay, let's just claim this extra piece. Make sure that he doesn't have some tricks or breaks, and then convert. I'm comfortable converting extra pieces with extra time. 8 points, that's a start. So at least we stopped the downhill trend against William Wallace. Yes. So I hope you guys are still out there, even though it has become a bit of a pitiful display of non-existent chess skills. But I'm gonna try to keep it interesting. Let's accept Mikesh 11. Mikesh from Portugal, Miguel Silva. And let's wait for him to make a move. Mikesh. First time he's playing the Banterthon game. So maybe too excited. Maybe he's scared now that I have managed to win one game. Okay, I'm gonna give Mikesh another 5 seconds, see what's happening in the chat. Check if I have become the laughing stock of the chess community. Nah, not really. I should though. There it is. Mikesh is playing e4. Did I play the French? Yeah, played the Philidorf, played the French, played the Sicilian. Time for the French again. That is the turf I feel most homey on. And let's do some knight c6 French. The world has waited for that. Not. That is possible. Bishop e3 is a sideline, but it's not so bad. And as usual, I'm gonna try to trick him. So bishop b4, hinting at the possibility of winning a pawn on e4, which is not being respected. Okay, so if I take on e4, then a3, and he wants to gain the pair of bishops. Yeah, I don't like this position. My opponent is asking me to say hi, and I'm a polite person, so I just said hi. Okay, this must be the right move. So a3, should I take or should I go? If I take, there will be trouble, but if I don't, there will be double. Okay, I'm a pawn up, and it's white who does have to prove his point. I believe f3 is probably... Well, then I take on d4. Don't mind double pawns in this position, so take it. Take it. It's fine, take it. I should try voodoo or something. He wants to mess with me dark square-ish. Okay, so be it. Let's attack a pawn for it. Does he want to take on e4 then? That would not be a nice thing to do. Don't have too much time. Let's insert h6 first and ask the guy if he wants to take on f6 or to make use of the pin still. Probably bishop h4 is more unpleasant. Yeah, definitely is. Should I insert bishop a6 or rook b8? Don't know. But I'll try that. Okay. Knight takes e4. I wanted to go g5, but I'm not really sure that is such a great invention. b4. It's interesting. Might just go g5 and bishop a6, but then I would worry about my king. Let's go bishop a6. I want to go bishop a6 desperately. My opponent is writing, huge fan, love your games, which does make me happy in the very depth of my heart. In the deepest depths of my heart. Not sure you can speak English like that, but it really does. So what's happening here? Why doesn't he take on e4? Take it, take it, take it, it's fine. Good thing is I can activate my rook via b5 sometimes. Also good thing is he doesn't get the chance to bring his knight to c5 or something to annoy me. And the other good thing about my position is that his king is stuck in the center. So I learned that if you have a crappy position, enjoy the good things about it. And that's what I'm trying to do now. Because every position does have some advantages, some positive things about it. So you might as well enjoy it. I want to go rook f5, but then g4 is annoying. What does he want? I could consider taking at some point. Maybe I should play e5 and mate him. Not gonna happen. Oh, I see an idea. Queen d5. Bishop takes f6, queen e4 check. And then come up with a discover check after that and win back material. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Probably doesn't work due to some hole in my calculation, but I can't see it, and I'm gonna try to get rid of this pin by tactical means. So my idea is bishop takes f6, queen e4 check. Then king f1, I have rook f5, for example, and then I just recapture the bishop. Queen e2, I take, and then rook f5, and he doesn't have any b5 or c4 tricks, so I just recapture the bishop and a piece up for 2 pawns, which is not that clear yet, but I should be better, maybe even clearly better then. And after bishop takes f6, queen e4, king d2, I do have queen f4 with double attack to the king and the bishop, and there I should be winning, because with the queens on the board, the bishop is going to be really strong. So how do you like that, Mikesh? Really, rook g1? Not the time to be cocky again, but I really don't think that is the critical move. I would not have dreamt of taking the pawn on g2. All I ever wanted was to give your king a check on e4, and that's exactly what I'm going to do now. So queen e2, I'm just going to take on g5. And king f1, I'm just going to probably just mate you with rook takes b4 or something like that. And king d2, I wasn't sure yet, but it would have been mate. Okay, let's not risk stuff. Let's make it a safe one. Let's grab the second piece and be happy. And be in peace with our position. Now I do have a check. Do I want it? Nah, don't want the check. I want to get to his king and then mate him. Yeah, that should be mate, right? That's mate. I can see a mate. Now, king f3, bishop e2. Well, that's the only move. So, in the spirit of Jan's mate into hardships, let's try to find a mate in 2 or something. I can win a rook, bishop g4, king f1, bishop h3. Now my opponent is offering a draw, and until now I have been his biggest fan, but offering a draw is not exactly the gentleman thing to do in this position. But who am I to judge? Okay, let's just take the rook. Okay, since he has only moves, I'm gonna play quickly. Really enjoying my display of power for a change, so please excuse it. Novo Ditbat is really disappointed with me. I hope Novo Ditbat is not Vishy Anand, because that is his profile picture. Vishy, don't be disappointed with me. I can't do it better. Come on, where's the mate here? I found a mate, and it's one of the good ones. It's a checkmate, not a human mate. So, see, knight c6 French. Did you like knight c6 French? It's not so bad, I think. But of course, it's not the best, the most critical test of 1e4. Okay, who are we going to pick? I'm going to pick someone at random. This guy. Oh, Akai 11. Yeah, I might be able to score here. So, of course, we want to give everyone a chance. Let's go d6 to play. So, 1365 is my opponent's rating. My opponents from the United Kingdom did have the pleasure to play a game on Banterthon already. Oh, play something crazy. How crazy can I get? Okay, let's go crazy and take on d4. This is exactly the opposite of crazy. This is like boring and solid. Not even solid, probably. It's just meh. But bishop d3 is already an inaccuracy, I believe. Bishop g5 could be another one, if only I could calculate. Knight takes e4. Bishop takes e7, knight takes c3, queen h5. Hello. Shouldn't fall for that. Maybe first h6, and then bishop h4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e7, knight takes c3, queen e1 or something. Yeah, I shouldn't fall for that either. Let's not fall, but stand, or at least sit in my 60s chair. How do you like it? Oh, that sound. It's like we were some American diner from the 60s, maybe even the 50s, when the world was good and simple and everything was in order. Let's take those pairs of bishops, or at least one of them. Yeah, as I already hinted at, pairs of bishops do have a severe personality disorder. They can't be happy without their counterpart, so this can't be too good. Yeah. So the thing about my position is I do have the pair of bishops, but of course it's very, very cramped, and my opponent has a space advantage, has very active pieces, all his pieces are in harmony, and it's easier to play for white at this point. Knight f5 is always in the air, but usually I like to exchange these, the bishop on f5 and then go d5. Bishop g3 might help me actually, because I could play knight h5, but I'm not sure that is really so desirable, because then he will recapture with the queen eventually. Nah, who are we kidding here? Bishop is better than a knight. All right. So you guys want me to go nuts, but I have gone nuts before by losing games left and right. And even though my opponent has a slightly lower rating, almost half of our rating here, he's probably a good chess player. And I shouldn't take anything for granted. If I have learned anything, then that should be it. Okay, the bishop is not going to run away anytime soon, but he does have f6 ideas. But okay, I'm gonna probably have to part with the pair of bishops in exchange for freeing my position at some point, and I'm perfectly fine with that. That's one of the perks of having the pair of bishops. In many situations, you can get rid of them or one of them and exchange it for some other kind of advantage. Wise words, aren't they? Yes, they are. So, yeah, the ominous pair of bishops. Everybody loves the pair of bishops. Rook e3. Don't understand this move, but we'll have to live with my what do you call it? Can't even think straight. Unknowingness. Okay, so I have bishop g4. Don't see why not to have it. So can you see my brilliant pieces set up on the king side? This is how you play chess now. Don't do this. But for some reason, it seems to work here. White did lose his coordination a bit, and yeah, I'm just going to win some material. I'm gonna win an exchange. See, told you you can exchange the pair of bishops for other advantages. here it is going to be a rook. SD Bites or Bats is telling me I could be a top GM in Belgium. What do you mean by that? I'm a top GM as it is. Not really. But I do play in Belgium, and I really love playing in Belgium. It's one of my favorite leagues, next to Germany and the Netherlands, where I also play. No, I really like my team in Belgium. I play for Amé, who used to be champion not such long time ago. What am I doing here? Knight f5 is kind of annoying. Yeah, let's just go queen d7. Anyway, I was saying I like to play in the Belgium league, and I like to play for my club in Amé with a lot of very nice people in it. Oof. And yeah, it's always fun. I've played, I believe, 2 European Club Cups for them as well. So that is always a pleasure and a great enjoyment. And I always combine going to Belgium, visiting my parents' place in my old home. Not sure if any of you guys are interested in my personal life, but since the position is kind of really good for me, I'm gonna feel free to blabber about stuff. Now I'm gonna play queen f5, give my opponent a really short adrenaline rush, but then he will notice that he cannot really take the queen because the knight is pinned to the king. And now I'm going to collect the harvest, the central pawns, and I should really be able to win this one. Mr. Bats is asking me how I got the idea of starting Chess24. Yes, that was a very brilliant idea of mine, except that I didn't have the idea to start Chess24, and it's not my company. I'm just a normal employee, even though in the CEO position. But I didn't found it, and I've not even been here since the very beginning. But I've joined the team in December 2013, I believe. Back then, I was still a freelancer in the content department. You want me to play something crazy, right? Not gonna. Okay, let's play knight f6. That crazy enough. Can't go crazier than that. So yeah, that's the story behind my Chess24 career. Someone who has been here since the beginning, and someone who you guys probably connect with Chess24 more than anything else, is our dear Grandmaster friend Jan Gustafsson. Since the very first day, he has been a member of the team. And of course, we have many more people in the background who do have a longer Chess24 career than me. So yeah, if you guys are interested in the inner workings of our company, feel free to apply for an internship position in community management. Your main qualification should be that you play chess, not necessarily as good as a grandmaster like Jan, but just enough to understand how chess players work and also be proficient in English or German or Spanish or everything. And then apply for an internship position at Chess24 and be happy with that. Okay, I can't do both at the same time. I can't speak and play good chess. I can't even play good chess as it is. So knight takes d5 is a nice try. Let me think. Do I have knight a5? Because queen a2, bishop e6 looks good, but he does have queen a4. Takes, knight c6, queen d2, somehow still holding it all together. Obviously, I'm going for an advantage here, but I don't see anything better, so I'm gonna play knight a5. Yes, you do have to move to Germany to become an intern. You can't do it remotely. But Hamburg is beautiful, I have heard, and it's really true. Probably the most beautiful city in the world, especially with good weather. Yeah, a lot of water, a lot of parks, just a brilliant city. Everybody's nice here. There's no unfriendly person in the whole of Hamburg. What else is great about Hamburg? It does have two major football clubs. It does have the biggest chess club in Germany, the Hamburger Schachclub, with a lot of nice people. And that's just the beginning. So Hamburg is really, really a great city to live. And yeah, almost everybody whom I tell that I live in Hamburg or went to Hamburg at some point, especially in the beginning when I moved here, was so jealous. Okay, enough with the talking, more with the good move making. What do I have here? e5, bishop g4, yeah, rook d8. How do I crush my opponent? He's not bad. He's not a bad player, so I should maybe e5, yeah? He just takes. No, that doesn't help. Rook d8, castles, takes on d4, takes on d4, takes on d4, rook d1, e5. Don't really like that too much. I don't see a proper continuation. I mean, I do have a good position here. Maybe I should take it slow. Okay, let's go rook d8, then maybe e5. Not even that does satisfy me. I'm unsatisfiable. Maybe my opponent will be afraid of knight takes d4 and play rook d1 instead of castles. But I'm more worried about castles, because then he will get some activity for the pawn. Maybe I can still make it happen. Yes, the internship is paid, of course. You won't become a millionaire, but it will suffice to make a living for this period. Period. Can I go queen b3? Nah, I don't want the a5 pawn. Maybe I should go b6. Should I go b6? Probably not either. What should I do here? It looks so nice, my position, but I can't see anything concrete. I don't need anything concrete necessarily, but I need something to get from my lead in development. Don't see anything. Okay, I'm just gonna go bishop f5, then bishop e4 at some point, rook d7, and yeah, here. Then rook d7, rook a d8. Just increase the pressure on d4 step by step, and yeah, and just hope that that will be enough to win the game. Kolodny Smerch is from the Netherlands. I like the Netherlands. Okay, he probably wants to go some knight d2 stuff, but I'm just gonna take on g2. Then bishop c4. Darn. Doesn't really work. Okay, I should focus on the basics now. Play chess. Yeah, my piece coordination. Oh yeah, that's another valid point. Actually, I can take on c5. No, I can't, because my rook on d7 would be hanging. Okay, let's just go to f5 or to h5. Probably f5. Ah, he wants to go to g5. So many things to consider. Yeah, queen h5, he would have taken on f7, played knight g5 check. So knight g5, then I'm going to play bishop d5, and I'm happy if I get the light squared bishops exchanged. Okay, let me speak a little bit less and play a little bit more and work it a little bit. Me in the middle. Let's go. Just a little bit more. Queen. Let's annoy him. f3, queen h5. He does have some attacking moves to my queen, but I think I can hold on to it. Oh, why didn't I take on d4? Okay, still threatening to take on d4 because the knight on g5 is loose. Loosey-goosey. What else am I threatening? These queen moves, they always confuse people in Blitz. I start calculating lines, but there is no win of the queen, at least. I don't see one. So what do I want? What do I want from life? Probably 2600. And oh, that is a proper move. Can I take on d4? Oh, rook takes, yeah. Should really play quickly now. He said and played really slowly. Yeah, f4 is not really in the air because the bishop is not defended. Do I want to go h6? No. I want to take on d4 now and then have some discovered attack. Guys, let me just win this one real quick. Okay, this should work now. Yeah, that looks worky-ish. Pawn up, time up a little bit, and good chances. Bishop b5. Okay. Yeah, I should win that. All my pieces are better. I have more time. I am the worst player, but I can make it happen. And even win some material now. Yes, that worked out. Phew. All right. Getting up there. Slowly, but not even steadily. If only I had more time to repair the damage I've inflicted on our very rating. But I don't. Christoph stole my chance to shine, my stage time. Initially, I was planning to play until 10 o'clock, but now I will play until 8 only, which should be more than enough to blunder more rating points. Let's play against Leclue. And after that, you will have the pleasure of witnessing Chess Explained, which is Christoph's alias in the internet chess world, and see what he has to say. Good luck, Christoph, pumping up the rating back to where it came from. Okay, something crazy you want. I can't do crazy things. Okay, let's play the sniper, which is initiated by these 3 moves no matter what, except c3, then you don't go c5. Or should I play the perk? Let's go c5. I'm underestimating my opponent again, which is not a good idea because this line is not entirely sound, as you can see. I'm a pawn down and down the very important dark squared bishop. And I'm really a little bit surprised, probably due to the nature of my underestimating my opponent. I'm a bit surprised that my opponent knows this critical line, because this is really not something that you learn in your early chess career, which is again a very arrogant thing to say to someone with a really decent rating. Okay, so I need to go b6 at some point. Yeah, let's go b6. But then he takes... I can't take with the pawn, which I don't like. I could go knight g5, g4. What else could I do? I really want to take back with the pawn on b6. Can I go knight a5 and then b6? That looks ridiculously bad. Uh-oh. Okay, let's go b6. Can't spot anything sensible other than that. Stop laughing at me, PP Derbis. What? Yeah. So, my opponent is replying to the question how he does know the critical moves of this line. And he says he played it himself. Which kind of makes me wonder how he knew what I was saying. So stop listening to me. Because that is going to be unfair. Except if I mislead you with really unqualified commentary of the game. So, dear Leclue, what you should do now is take on a7 with your queen, because this is a very important passed pawn of the future. He's not going to fall for that. You can play queen c5 and show your dominance. Or this move. Anything that shows dominance. Okay. Can't really stop c5. Let's go e5. And Leclue crushed Roland Schmalz on the DJEM, German Youth Championship. That is. Quite confident guy. Just crushing me. Crushing all over the place. Wherever you turn your gaze at, there's crushing in this position. Oh yeah, bishop e4 is really strong. What's your name? I'm gonna remember you. Bishop e4. Yeah. Queen f3 is the problem, obviously. Yeah, that's just losing. Don't see anything. This is sad. Yeah. Maybe someone can give me a tip in the chat. Some advice? Yeah, that looks quite losing. Rook d2, queen f3, king g7, bishop c6. Doesn't change anything. Can't even sacrifice the exchange because after bishop e6, queen f3 is really strong still. Yeah, I'm just gonna resign. Sad as it is. And rely on the other guys to pump up the rating back to where it belongs. All right, congratulations, Leclue, whoever you are. You play really, really strong. I'm gonna continue getting beaten. But that felt really like a beating of unknown proportions. I'm starting to speak nonsense too. Okay, let's at least play quickly against my sick duck. Interesting handle. All right. Yeah, it's really an uphill struggle. You win 5 games in a row, which makes you win like 10 points and then you lose 1 and you drop by 30. Feels like a little bit of Sisyphus style. Do you guys know Sisyphus? Bishop g5. It's that dude with the stone and the hill who kept rolling it up, and then at some point it just kept falling down and he kept starting from scratch. Had a very similar position recently at the German Youth Championship again. Having déjà vus all over the place. I won the game, but it was not exactly convincing. So I could take on f6, but do I want more? No, I don't want more. Stop wanting more, Ilja. That's enough. The butter bread principle is what it's called, is what I learned. You have your butter, you have your bread. Why would you want more? Don't need fancy salami or something. Work with what you got. And I have a decently nice position. d6 might be coming. But will it be becoming? You know what? I'm gonna insert bishop d5 and see how my opponent likes that. Am I? I should really speed up. I want to provoke e6, but bishop d5 probably is not a good move. So, what is that? Okay. I want to put my queen somewhere sensible. Is this sensible? Not sure. Okay, I want to bring my rook to d1, and most importantly, I should really speed up if I want to win this game. Okay, let's go into an endgame. Although my advantage is becoming less. Let's have bishop g4. Oof. Don't know. Okay, I don't have any advantage anymore, really. But I'm not worse either. Okay, maybe I do have some advantage. That's not a bad move. Neither is this one. Okay, need to speed up. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a draw. If only there wasn't the time problem. These pawns will exchange at some point. At least they should. Actually, well, if you don't want them to exchange, I'm gonna put my rook to b5. See how you like that, Mr. My Sick Duck. Not a big problem. Okay, I'm gonna offer a draw and hope that my opponent is a gentleman. Probably isn't. And that's fine. Oh, come on. Oof. Not doing myself a favor here. Okay, I'm gonna take that one. Even that is still a draw, but of course he won't give it to me. Lost again. I'm gonna be depressed soon. How much else do I have? How much time do I have left? 30 minutes. Alright, guys. Let's accept Mr. Shellingford. Who taught you that flagging skills? So, Lucas, I'm gonna fire you if you don't let me win. And I'm not kidding. Nah, of course not. Lucas is also part of the Chess24 family. He does some freelancer work for us. And he's out of book already. And I'm gonna play something sneaky again. My only hope is to be sneaky. And a6 is a kind of a tricky move, preventing bishop b5 in many lines. And here, not so easy for white to develop, except for this move. How do they go here? I'm going to play bishop e7 for a start, castle, maybe come up with f6 or something. Of course, my pawn on c7 is obstructed. I want to exchange those knights because a knight on g3 is not exactly doing that much. Yeah, that is a good idea, Mr. Shellingford. Do I want to go f5? Let's go f5. Play some slow, closed position. Yeah, I'm just worse here probably. Didn't really expect him to take. Knight h5 is in the air now. Let me think. Knight h5. Yeah, I'm just worse here. Okay, let's go g6, cut out all these ideas. In a perfect world, I would be able to exchange on g3, exchange my light squared bishops, and put a knight to e4. But, of course, this is a dream scenario since white will have means to stop me from doing so. Okay, so g6 just takes away a couple of squares from the knight. Of course, my bishop is stranded on h4 in a way, but he can't really make use of it. One sensible idea would be to move around the bishop to e5. Yeah, rook f3, I'm not so sure. What do I want to do with my bishop? Okay, I need to play moves. Maybe I can exchange it via b5. So knight e7 might be a sensible idea here. Don't know what rook f3. Was he really afraid of me doubling his pawns? I don't know. What my favorite chess opening is should be really easy to answer. You can see it right here, knight c6 French. That is a good move, potentially, but I rather would have put the knight to f1 where it has a clearer route to e5, which of course is the place to go. He wants to go to g4. That sneaky boy. Whatever, go there, I don't mind. Have it. Don't want to go h5, do I? No, I'm worse on this side of the board. So I shouldn't make it worse. Could play bishop g5. That doesn't make any sense really. c5 is not in it for me either. I want to go h5. Probably is not a good move. Now let's go to f5. Not really threatening to take on e3, but maybe go to e4 at some point. Do I want to exchange bishop and knight? I don't know. He should play a4. Doesn't want to. Okay, let's speed up. Okay, I want to keep this bishop on the diagonal, so this is why I play a5. Also, b6 is in the position, so I can hint at c5 later. Does make sense to include the rook into the attack, and now bishop f2 looks like a sensible move. Here I thought I would have something. b3 is slightly weakening. He also doesn't really want to take on e4, but there's nowhere to go for the queen. Really? What does he want to do now? Let's put the rook here for a start. He can take and play f5, take on f6, play f5. Does this work? Looks like it does. Maybe I should recapture with the rook. Okay, it's some kind of opposite colored bishop scenario. Maybe I should have gone to d3. Yeah, probably white is better here. Let's be realistic. Don't have any active plans. I would love to get to this diagonal somehow to get to white's weaknesses. What are you doing? Why are you closing down stuff? Don't think you should do that. Now my queen will be able to enter in a way, hopefully. Queen f6, f5, that's the problem. Or is it? Yeah, I think it is. Okay, let's play this move first. Then I want to intrude with the queen. So he does have a plan. That is good for him. Not so much for me, but for him. Okay, I just want to take and play rook d5, although I'm really not sure how good this is. Probably not good. I don't really have a choice and I don't have much time. So what can I do? d6, c5, fine with that. It's going to be a time troubly mess. So whoever will keep more time and more chances against the opponent's king is probably going to win this game. Queen b5 is really annoying now. But I can do some annoying on my own. Ugh, no. Oh, this is regrettable. Of course I wanted to go to f3. Yeah, and even then queen takes c5. I missed that move. I thought I could do some annoyance. Actually, I could have played bishop c8 maybe and then threaten rook b7 and queen h3 check. But in this way, of course, not gonna win this game. Okay, 20 minutes left in order to prove that I didn't buy my GM title. All right, Schellingford, Lucas, congratulations, well deserved, well played. You played 4 games, 5 games in the Banterthon already and everybody beat you except me? Oh boy, I'm running out of excuses. All right. Nermit, 26-27. It's all or nothing now. Could lose again. Could win though. Rehabilitate. Is that a word? You can say that in German, not sure in English though. And yeah, just gonna try to win this one. Okay, so this line is not really good for black, and I hope to show you why. This bishop will be in trouble at some point when I play g4 and stuff. Let me first give a check on a4. No, knight bd7 is the obvious way to go. And now g4 is really unpleasant. One of the tricks is that there's never bishop c2 in the position, although after takes, knight takes e5, black would be fine. But I do have knight takes f7. It's Zwischenzug. And this position is supposed to be really good for white because of this weakness. I think I should put my pawn to d4, restricting the knight. Maybe castle long side, maybe short side. Yeah, now he... Well, you know what? Let's blow open this thing with e4. If black manages to play knight e7, knight f5 and stuff, he will have consolidated. So I'm gonna go e4, try to break open the center, and try to make use of his weaknesses. But of course my king is also vulnerable. I do have knight c5. Yeah, I should go knight c5 probably. Let's go knight c5. So I have some targets: b7, d7, e6, bishop takes b7, and bishop c6 is in the air. Bishop a5 check, I don't mind. I have rook h3 ideas and then take on e6. Looks not so bad. But I'm not in a hurry to take anything. Don't want to take on b7. Why don't I just castle? Do the normal thing in castle. He doesn't want to go b5, does he? I'm gonna crush him here. I'm really in a crushing mood right now. This whole losing got me really, really angry. Okay, so don't want to take on a7. Not time for pawn grabbing. Yeah, queen b3 looks like the right move. You probably take on c5. That does make a lot of sense. I should make sure not to get mated on h2 with this battery. But normally I should be first, and also it never really threatens because I can just go here-ish. To have bishop c6 check too. So many good moves. e5 he does have. But what will he do with his knight, I wonder? Bishop d5 is even in the air. Or check and rook e3. That's the problem with my position. I have too many promising ideas. Maybe bishop e4. How is he going to defend the guy? Let's go bishop e4. What do you guys think? Because queen f7, I do have bishop d5 with the tempo then. Yeah, I'm totally dominating here, obviously. But I think I'm gonna screw it up, actually. My brain is moose. Oh, he does have queen f5. That's annoying. How annoying is it really? Not that annoying, is it? I could just take on g8, check on g4, king f1. Should be able to calculate at least 2 moves in advance. f4 would have been possible, but... Okay, now maybe I should give a check on c6. I'm playing with him. Chess, at least. Position is, of course, totally winning, but I might still be able to mess it up. Queen f5 is his idea. I need to bring my pieces around. Don't see how, though. Rook f3. e3, I mean. Yeah, queen f5 is really annoying. Okay, I need to do something. Yeah, pretty much sure that this was not the perfect move in this position. Don't really see what else to do. And I don't want these checks to cramp my style too much. Queen f5 now. Not sure. Queen f4 even. Now I can go rook e4 though. Let's go rook e4. Queen f5, bishop f4. Yo, I should not be looking for a concrete win here, but just improve my position because he cannot make any moves. And now I'm threatening rook e1, and the bishop from g3 is going to be guarding my king really reliably. Really reliably, say that 10 times in a row. And I should really be able to squeeze this one out. Maybe even be happy with my way of playing, although it's not brilliant, but the position just spoke for itself. Yeah, black cannot do anything basically, except bringing his knight to e7. That is something at least. And then my bishop, where's my bishop going to go? Yeah, that is annoying. I find many things annoying lately. Bishop is hanging. Okay. Whatever. I can even deal without my light squared bishop. Well, I have to. So knight e7, rook a e1, and on we go. Of course, that was quite a huge achievement for black to get this. Well, if he doesn't want it, then I will just grab the queen, right? Rook d3 is still possible, but okay, come on, I'm not going to let him take the marmalade of my bread. Is that a thing? Probably not. Yeah, that should be about it. The queen is trapped and my opponent resigned. All right. Phew, okay, I'm gonna take the challenge of another strong player, the strongest I can get. I really want to face up to the challenge. We have some 2500 guys here, some FIDE masters as well. Who can I demonstrate my superior understanding of chess against? No one, because it's not there. Wow, so many guys. Okay, let's take this one. Olgard's Indrikans. 2500. Let's go with knight f3. Feel safest here. And do the usual thing. Sorry, guys, if you have gotten rid of this grandfather's setup. But that's the only thing I can do. Right, so again, the idea is d takes c4, queen takes c4, a6, bishop f4. And black is not in time to get b5 in. So knight d5 is the main move, bishop d6, as we saw in the very first game of our entertaining or not so much entertaining session is the other alternative. Actually, I promised to change my shirt, but then refrained from taking a break because I couldn't take the humiliation and wanted to regain my points, which, as we all know, didn't work out in the slightest. So now I do have this knight g5, which probably will come shocking to my opponent at first sight, but then he will discover that bishop takes g5 and rook a7 is still fine for black. Going to play rook. Do I want to play rook g1? Yeah, this position is not considered anything special for white, but it is a little bit venomous. I do have some ideas. c5 is not so easy to get through. Sometimes I can castle alongside or queenside. Yeah, knight d7 is probably not the way to go. Queen d5 is really the best move here, because now I can kind of hopefully get some grip on the position. Maybe I can even play with the king in the center. The thing is, the rook on b7, if c5 doesn't happen, is going to have a hard time getting back into the game. I can maybe just play rook g1 next move and overprotect the pawn. Toy with some knight f6 check ideas. e5 is possible. Maybe not bad. I can go d5 or take. Should I take? Probably shouldn't allow him too much activity. d5, knight b6 though. Don't have to react just yet, do I? Maybe some h4 move. Yeah, let's play like I'm a really strong player and know stuff and do hyper modern things. Rook h3 coming up. But I'm not. That's the truth. That's the problem. So we'll see. I do have some issues with my king. Not so much with the rook. It will come into the game eventually, but with the king. So in general, I don't mind an exchange of queens. You know what? I'm gonna trick him. I'm gonna go d5, f5, d6 with the idea queen d5 check and picking up this rook with a fork. I really don't like my hairstyle. All right. I think he spotted it. My only idea. Okay, the knight is kind of dominant now, but he will be able to undermine it with f5 at some point. I should just make sure that that doesn't happen too soon. I can play rook c6. Knight b6 is quite a nuisance. I might go rook g1 now. Playing for tricks again, knight b6, knight f6 check, and then it will be a discovered check if he takes back. And if he doesn't, I'm gonna serve myself on h7. But of course he will not play knight b6. And without... Well, actually I do have knight... do I have rook takes c7, rook takes c7, d6? Probably not, because he can give me a check on c1 and then maybe retreat the... Wait, does this work? Nah, he does... Or wait, does it work? Rook takes c7. Can't work, can it? Can work. Nah, probably doesn't. That's the thing. Can go h5 and h6 maybe. Okay, let's check again. Or maybe I can go d6 immediately. So many possible moves here. d6 takes, queen takes, knight moves somewhere. Takes, queen c, no, that works. Takes d6. Don't see anything. Let's do it. Let's do it for the show. I don't care if I lose the last game, as long as you guys are entertained. Am I not a noble spirit? So my idea was rook takes c7, d6, obviously. Queen b4, I have either queen c3, queen takes d4, rook takes b7, queen b1, king d2, rook, queen takes g1, rook takes d7, and winning back, or crushing actually, because of his background. What is this? It doesn't work. I have rook takes c5. Oof. Maybe I can still make another show. Actually, I'm gonna continue even while our friend Christoph is playing his game. Okay, so I do have a rook takes c5 now. Obviously not rook takes c7 because of knight d3 check. And then collecting the rook. Also not knight takes c5 because he just takes on c7. But I have rook takes c5 and I'm winning. So yeah, rook takes c7, d6, rook c1 check, queen, king d2, rook takes g1, d takes c7. Or if he removes the knight, nothing much happens because this pawn is overprotected and I can take on c1. Not sure if you guys can follow me, but it works. Anyway, this game is not won yet. Of course, my position is really crushing, but my king doesn't feel too comfortable. But yeah, my dominance in the center should really speak for itself, and my opponent resigned wisely. Ha! Desperately seeking for some approval in the chat. Not going to happen. probably rightly so, but I will continue collecting 2500 scalps until I'm at least above 2650. I will not rest until this has happened. Christoph Helmer. Let's go, Christoph. E4 again. Sorry, but it is going to be the French. Do we have any French lovers out there? Should probably phrase it differently. Do we have people who like to play the French out there? Okay, that is not exactly theory, hence not exactly dangerous, but exactly possible. Shouldn't know. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Check007. You are making me very, very happy. You would make me even more happy if you became premium, but I am happy as it is already, so let's build on that. Philidor lover. French girlfriend, French lover. Yeah. Okay, my opponent's taking his time. Time to talk about something different I wanted to claim, but unrightly so. Rook 8 was probably even a stupid move. Do I want to go d4? Take on e4. What do I want to do? Let's go d4. Okay, knight b1 needs to happen. And then I should go e5, or should I not? No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna play rook b8. Mysterious looking move. I want to go b5, anticipating some King's Indian structure. Not sure what my rook move to e8 yielded. Not much. That does make sense. Now the time has come to give my opponent some dark squared resistance. f5, h6, and knight h7 is my idea. Or maybe just immediately knight d7. Why not, actually? Let's go to d7. And then I want to exchange those guys and be happy with my life, because it is much more improbable for my opponent to mate me without the bishops. Although he did gain quite some time for his attack. Do I need to panic? Probably not. But maybe I should. Okay, b5 with the idea c4 and knight c5. I will become nervous if I don't have any counterplay soon. Yeah, I am becoming nervous. Do I need to stop f6 or not? Stoppy? No. Let's go c4, knight c5, and f6. Okay, this is really starting to bug me. Christoph's attacking attempts. No respect of the elder. Not even actually threatening to take on d3 because my knight on c6 would be hanging. I might have to insert some rook b6 move or something, but that would not be ideal. Maybe knight b4 is an idea. My opponent's trying to figure out how to mate me, which again is quite disrespectful. I'm probably twice his age, but probably nobody cares. Yeah, my attack is really not that impressive. I still need some time. Oh, you know what? If I take and go knight b4, then he can't play knight e1 because g5 is hanging. Yeah, but he can go b3, a3. That's, yeah. Knight takes d3, b4. But then I can take on b2 and play knight c2, a4. So all very, very messy. And it is a kind of a race, even if I get something going in the center on the queen side. I might just get mated. And that's what my opponent thinks too. And he spotted this idea. But at least my d-pawn can start running now. Yeah, it should be good for me, yeah? Next move, knight c to a4, and then also e4 might become weak, bishop b7 ideas are there. I should be good. I should be fine here. But you never know with these young people. They always want to crush you. They want to mate you. Also, I do have some squares for my knights. Could jump to d3. Let's not do it. He wants to go, oof, he wants to go matey on me. How do I like that? Not at all, I have to admit. Let's go bishop b7 and rook c8. Can't be mate just yet. Can it? Nah. Does he want to take on g7? Not possible. I do have rook c8 even, so that his queen won't... Oh no, he has queen d2. No. Oh, never mind. Okay, now he is really putting it on. Just gonna jump to e3 and maybe collect something along this diagonal. Probably he will counter with f6 and obviously just bid farewell to the rook on f1. I might take on e4 and on g2 and e4. Not even that eager to grab this exchange, although this exchange, not that eager there either. Can I take on g5? Knight takes g7. Should not help him. Okay, let's just collect some material. Can't be that deadly, can it? Because I do have some counterplay with bishop e4, rook c1 check and stuff. He should really bid farewell to this rook, play queen g3 and just go all in. I do have rook c3 if I want to. Yeah, I'm not gonna care about this one much. He wants to go g6. He's really going for the kill, this guy. I can see a mate, so I'm just gonna grab this guy. Go here. g6 I will take. Even though it's probably not even necessary. Or is it? Yeah, you know, I don't care about this rook too dearly. What's the material count? Oh, not even that favorable for me. What is he doing? Am I missing stuff? Looks like I am. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna lose this one. Yeah, no hopes left. It's actually just mate. Uh, 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 uh. Yeah, well played, Mr. Christoph Helmer. Well played. Gonna go on a rant here. Okay. One more game. Whom to play? Whom to play? What's my rating? Barely above 2600. Let's play. Who's there? Okay, let's play FIDE Master. Yeah, crazy game, but what can you do? Okay. Last game. Except if I lose. Jonathan, are you there? There he is. Another French. Okay. Really making a fool of myself with the French. But I will continue doing so. Jeroen 75 is telling me that he's off to Christoph. Way to break my spirit. That really makes me sad. But, oh wait, he can't even play. Christoph can't play because he's waiting for me to free the account. Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. Christoph, if you're watching me, just hang on, buddy. I'm gonna just finish this game in another devastating loss, and then it's your turn. Sorry, I forgot about this shared Banterthon account. I will try to finish quickly. Okay, actually I'm going to try to score, and on a second priority I'm going to try to finish quickly. All right, so we have a main line of the 96 French. Skibby, I can't play what I would like to. Actually, that's what I do, but I can't play whatever because I'm going to get crushed. I don't know whatever. I'm not a lexicon. Can't even speak. I'm not opening theory expert like Jan. So I can't play anything. Chess addiction in action, yeah, kind of. No, actually that is just the denial of reality that I am a bad chess player in action. Trying to get back, but you know how it is. Of course, it doesn't help. If you have a bad streak, word of wisdom, even though I don't know how convincing it will sound from me in this very state of affairs. But if you have a losing streak, just stop it. Stop playing. Change something. Get your mind off chess. Think of something different. Don't try to push even harder because that will just bring you closer to the edge and you will regret it. That, having said that, I realize, of course, that I'm doing exactly the opposite. So I do have knight takes e5, but then rook takes e5. Oh wait, I have something better. I can take on f3, no? And if he takes, I have knight d4. I might win another game with a little bit luck. And if he takes on b6, I take on d3. Oh, brilliant tactic spotting by yours truly. Keep swimming, keep swimming. Yeah, so if you have a really bad run, then stop playing chess or change something or stop thinking about chess if you have to continue the tournament. Go for a walk, get your thoughts clear, get your head free, and don't throw yourself into preparation or something because that will just be to the opposite effect of what you're going for. Okay, a check. Interesting. Ah, actually that is not... Oh. Nah, I'm gonna take it. Take it, take it. It's okay, take it. Queen d3, knight f5, yeah? Okay, 2 pieces and more time. Crushed his kingside structure, which is maybe the most decisive feature of the position right now. And this should be really, really winning. Like, even more than normal winning. Really, really winning. Do I want this pawn on f2? Rook g5 or something? This knight is holding everything together. I can't not win it. So let me not blunder stuff. Pawn on f2 is not really of the essence. Of course I'm going to lose on time if I continue in this manner. Don't even want to exchange queens. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe my kingside attack is not as fearsome as I would like it to be. Alright, so I was thinking some rook g5, then maybe double, act like you have threats. Maybe even that doesn't help. Okay, I have bishop c6 and d4 at some point, and he can't even stop it really. Might start with d4 actually, but then queen e4, bishop c6. Yeah, I'm gonna crush him. Yeah, I want to play d4, bishop c6, and yeah, this construction, remember it, knight on f5, even at the cost of an exchange, is just so mighty powerful, you wouldn't even believe it. Let's go d4, right? Holding everything together. Of course, I have to calculate with all kinds of exchange sacrifices, but in a normal world, okay, rook g2 and then threatening to take here, yeah? I might even go to g8. I'm not blundering stuff, am I? Let's not blunder. Maybe b5 is annoying though. Yeah, this one. Fine. Where do I go? My lovely. Let's go here. Kind of worried about b5 because that would hinder my plan. Might play c6 though. That's another way to stop me. Okay, he can still play b5 then, which he does. But I can still play c6 and then a4. Not making any progress there. Okay, change of plans. Flagging time. Of course not. Okay, maybe I can go... what is my plan? Don't have a plan. Flagging. Good old flagging. Never failed anybody. Let's go here. Jumpy knighty. You want to take it? You can take it. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Not a brilliant performance, but somehow I manage. Isn't that the title of the book of The Office's Michael? What was his name? Michael at Dunder Mifflin. Dunder Mifflin Michael. Take this guy. Scott. Michael Scott. That was his name. Now, so many pieces got exchanged. Let's not blunder queens and bring home the bacon. Let's give a check here. Move the bishop here. Give some more checks, win on time. That's basically the plan. Or win the queen, move on time then, and yeah, that's it. Brent, yeah. Michael Scott. Oh, Michael Scott, yeah. David Brent is the author, not the author, the actor, the English The Office actor. And Steve, what is it, Carell? The US one. Exactly. Great show, The Office. One of the best there is. Both the British and the US one. Anyways, so I stopped it. I stopped the playing. Christoph, feel free to use the Banterthon account with my miserable 2608. Oh, my opponent did switch off the rating calculation for this game. No luck there. Right, Ricky Gervais. All right, guys. Thank you all for being a witness of this tragical display of non-existent chess skill. I had a lot of fun, even though I did lose quite a couple of games, but I'm really positive that my colleagues will be able to get the rating up to speed back again. Time for me to go and be embarrassed, and not good luck, but have fun with Christoph and his shift. And after that, starting from 10 p.m., it's going to be Jan back again. And all our hopes are on these two guys to get it up to 2800 or so. All right. See you guys, and stay tuned. Don't forget to become premium and to take part. That's it. Bye-bye.